Chapter 1188. Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Chapter 1188. Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Meng Guang's expression was very ugly. He really became scared. I say, younger brother Yi Qing, don't make a fool out of your elder brother. I know that my bit of capabilities, you completely turn your nose up at it. Younger brother, you can't leave me in the lurch. Meng Guang originally thought that entering the Moon Howl sect could benefit from some of the sect's glory. He did not expect that it was delivering a lamb into the tiger's maws. How could he not be anxious? Except he knew that with his strength, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Yi Yuan was his savior right now. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Hold your horses, Brother Meng. I have a mind clarity pill here. Grind it to powder. After consuming 20%, you can naturally resist that fragrance. These few days, try your best not to go out. I still have some things to do. After this matter is over, I'll naturally bring you away." Meng Guang received the medicinal pill and looked. It was actually a transcendent grade Tier 9 medicinal pill. He drew a deep breath. His gaze when looking towards Yi Yuan was filled with complexity. To be able to casually take out this grade of medicinal pill, this Yi Qing was definitely not an ordinary person. The medicinal effects of a transcendent grade Tier 9 medicinal pill were too strong. With Meng Guang's strength, he could not withstand it all. Hence, it could only be ground into powder and consumed a little bit. But this little bit was already sufficient. Meng Guang gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Yi Qing. If I'm able to escape this fiend den, this Meng will definitely work like a horse to repay brother." Sending away Meng Guang, Yi Yuan tidied up a bit and headed straight out. Yi Yuan was going to select cultivation methods. Over there, he saw quite a few martial artists who came together. When these people saw those Tier 9 cultivation methods, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Little did they imagine that there were already a few companions around them who disappeared. This batch of disciples were mostly itinerant cultivators. They did not know each other at all. They acted alone. Even if there were people missing, they would only think that they were practicing in close seclusion. Yi Yuan naturally did not really go and choose cultivation methods. He was deliberately delivering himself to the doorstep to let that deacon find trouble. As soon as he entered the skills hall, Yi Yuan knew that he was targeted by someone. Furthermore, this person's strength was very powerful. Yi Yuan was virtually certain that this person was most probably that so-called Holy Sovereign Powerhouse. In a secret place, the deacon stood behind the Holy Sovereign obediently. This young man is merely an ordinary 8th level heaven enlightenment and didn't conceal his strength. Furthermore, didn't he also come to choose cultivation methods and martial techniques today? It seems like he should just have an indifferent personality and don't have any special aspects, the Holy Sovereign said softly. "Yes, Master. It was this slave who worries too much," the deacon said with humble reverence. "And this batch of disciples are pretty good quality. That Lord is very satisfied. Later, there will be great rewards," said the Holy Sovereign. The deacon was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. This is all what this slave should do. There's at most 1 year still, and Lord Kanaal will be coming into being. At that time, our fiend race's strongholds in the divine realm must all be fully activated. Our place here will be the important stronghold for connecting to various lands. Hence, we mustn't make any mistakes. In this 1 year, buck yourself up 120%. Not a single bit of mistake is allowed. Especially the Devil's Sound Transmission Array, understood?" The Holy Sovereign said. The deacon hurriedly said, "This slave remembers." Although Yi Yuan knew that someone was spying on him, he was unable to hear what they were talking about. If he heard the Holy Sovereign talk about that Lord, he probably would not be so composed. In this stronghold, there was actually an existence even stronger than a Holy Sovereign. Relaxing vigilance towards Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan's actions over the next few days became much smoother. Through several days of investigation, Yi Yuan could basically confirm that the main peak's Luoyan Hall was most likely where the hub of the transmission array was located. Yi Yuan possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil and was simply a natural scout. He did not need to sneak around furtively like others and keep a sharp lookout. He just strolled around the vicinity of the main peak very casually. Everything was laid bare in his eyes. After all, he was a newcomer disciple. Familiarizing with the environment around the main peak was very justifiable. As for some more secretive places, with Yi Yuan's methods, those fiends were clearly unable to discover him. That Luoyan Hall was a very Una's summing palace, but the defense was very strict. Those guards did not look very strong on the surface. But when Yi Yuan used the sun-moon heavenly pupil to observe from far away, the Luoyan Hall's guard were most likely divine king-rank fiends. Genuine fiends and not devilified fiend slaves. Such strict defenses were bound to guard some extremely important things. Then what thing was the most important in this Moonhowl sect? Of course, it was the information transmission array. These few days, the new disciples lost some more people one after another. Meng Guang secretly broke into a sweat with fright, secretly heaving a sigh of relief at getting lucky. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, that waft of fragrance was indeed unable to affect him anymore. If not for Yi Yuan, perhaps he would be among those people who disappeared. On the sixth night, Meng Guang finally saw Yi Yuan come over. My goodness! Younger brother Yi Qing, you finally came. These few days I was akin to sitting on pins and needles. If you still didn't come, I'd probably go crazy. Meng Guang complained. Death was not scary. The process of waiting for death was what's scary. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look at this Moonhowl sect's true face. Meng Guang's expression turned stern, and he followed Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan had long observed it before. There were 10 visible tips and 3 hidden tips around Luoyan Hall. Only when he resolved all of these at the same time could he enter Luoyan Hall without a sound. Younger brother Yi Qing, what exactly are you trying to do? Meng Guang said with divine sense transmission. Yi Yuan had him eat a breath-concealing pill. The two people hiding in the dark, those fiends could not discover it either. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. In the dark night, 13 arcs of cold light flashed by. Those 13 guards all died under Yi Yuan's sword. Meng Guang's eyes widened into circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only at this time did he know just how terrifying the strength of his brother Yi Qing, who had always called him brother, was. How was this some heaven enlightenment realm martial artist? This was clearly a divine king realm powerhouse, instantly killing 13 phaseless realm guards in one breath, and did not even give off any hint of happenings. This strength, probably only divine king realm powerhouses could achieve it, right? Of course, this was what Meng Guang had in mind. But in reality, those 13 guards were divine king-rank experts in itself. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to gauge it. Brother, Yi, Your Excellency, you're actually a divine king powerhouse. Coming before Yi Yuan, Meng Guang was stammering even when talking. Divine kings were remote existences to him, an existence that he was unable to attain for all his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Considered so. Come on, go in. Yi Yuan brought Meng Guang and Pa's, said through all sorts of restrictions very casually, and entered inside Luoyan Hall. In between this, killing was naturally inevitable. It was just that with Yi Yuan's means body was able to react at all and were instantly killed. Even that holy sovereign Yi Yuan had the confidence to one-shot 2, let alone these guards. Entering the great hall, Yi Yuan was stricken dumb with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Chapter 1189. Enemies Meet on a Narrow Path. Chapter 1189. Enemies meet on a narrow path. The interior of this great hall had its own SPC, loaded with a whole bunch of array formations, giving people a sense of dizziness. What place is this? How could there be such a complicated transmission array? Meng Guang said in shock. The Moonhowl sect is the fiend race's underground stronghold, in charge of collecting intelligence and transmitting information. The transmission array here was likely already reached the grade of 10,000. It looks like our luck is pretty good. This place should be a rather important stronghold for the fiend race. Seeing this colossal and complex transmission array, Yi Yuan also felt very lucky. With his strength, finding some useful information from inside these transmission arrays naturally could be done. Fiend race? Meng Guang was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "The fiend race has long penetrated to every corner of the divine realm already. In less than 3 years, the fiend calamity will definitely erupt." Meng Guang opened his eyes wide. He was thunderstruck by the news Yi Yuan brought until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. While he was still in astonishment, Yi Yuan's figure already moved and started extracting the information inside the transmission array. These transmission arrays were intertwined and already gave birth to G. Oh, D knows how many. If it were others, they would not even know where to begin. But to Yi Yuan, this was not something hard. No matter how complicated this array formation was, it was all controlled by a central grand array. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to grasp this hub. As long as he grasped the grand array's hub, he would be able to extract the information inside the entire grand array as he pleased. However, such a convoluted grand array, even if it was Yi Yuan, it could not be controlled in a short while. Meng Guang finally came back to his senses from the shock. He discovered that he was actually attempting to control the grand array. He's actually even a Tier 9 formations emperor? Meng Guang felt like his own brain was somewhat inadequate to use. Although he did not know array formations, he could still tell what Yi Yuan was doing. In his view, this grand array was as vast as the stars in the sky. But under Yi Yuan's hands, seemed like it was not that complicated. Following a liberating roar, that man on the bed immediately became a dry corpse, toppling over. An extremely charming, beautiful madam slowly sat up, the corners of her mouth showing an alluring smile. "Joy-killing little thief, you interrupted Grand Aunt's mood. Forget it. Let you go take care of it. Such a nice taste mustn't be wasted." The beautiful madam casually struck out a streak of black energy, which disappeared. After that, she extended a slender finger and beckoned towards another man. That man's desire was stirred up all at once and pounced towards the beautiful madam like an animal. Just like that. This lowly one likes that you're so rough. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan's rate of progress also became faster and faster. Meng Guang by the side was dumbstruck by Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments. Who in the world is Brother Yi Qing? These methods are also too heaven-defying. Such a grand array, even Tier 9 formation emperors probably can't control it so easily either, right? Meng Guang exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan was currently completely absorbed in controlling the array formation, looking as if he was about to wrap up on a successful note. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, figure instantly vanished. Plusing where he was. Boom. The place that Meng Guang was originally standing at already had a huge crater blasted out at this time. Yi Yuan dragged Meng Guang, appearing in another corner. Meng Guang had yet to understand what was happening, but when he saw that large crater, he knew that he already toured one round and back from the gates of Hell. Beside the large pit stood a middle-aged man in opulent clothing, looking exceedingly dignified. When did this person approach him? "It was me who saw wrongly. Turns out you really have problems," said the middle-aged man in fine clothing with a look of mild fury. This person was precisely that deacon's master, and also the Du from that beautiful madam's mouth. This Du, Yi Yuan did not take him to heart at all, and coolly, "You're the holy sovereign in charge of this base?" Du's brows furrowed as he said, "A measly 8th level Dao, profound, actually dares to speak this way to this seat. Reckless thing who doesn't know death." "Who's reckless and doesn't know death? You'll know right away." Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. Du's expression changed drastically, and fiendish energy suddenly surged. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Du's body immediately shot out SMAs. Plusing brutally into the wall. Regarding this outcome, Yi Yuan was rather surprised as well and said, "Looks like your strength is still considered pretty good among holy sovereigns to actually be able to block my sword." Bang! Yu immediately rushed out from the debris and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of solemnness. Evil extermination, sword formula. You're Yi Yuan. Yu was covered in blood all over as he said savagely. Clearly, he already guessed Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, and was very apprehensive. But the expression of Meng Guang by the side changed greatly, and he muttered, "Yi Yuan, heaven surmounting divine king. Brother Yi Qing is actually the heaven surmounting divine king." Meng Guang was incomparably shocked in his heart. The heaven surmounting divine king's fame recently was too resounding. The entire divine realm, virtually in, body did not know. Taking on the grand Yin divine king and not falling into a disadvantage, nearly exterminated the violet extreme divine king with one sword. This battle achievement made the heaven surmounting divine king's name spread. I actually addressed the heaven surmounting divine king as my brother? Meng Guang instantly felt somewhat fluid teared. The 10 great divine kings, this level of existence, was simply akin to DS to him. Becoming aware of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. Meng Guang had an unreal feeling regarding Yu being able to guess his ident. 1. Tai. Yi Yuan was not surprised. After all, he controlled the fiend race's information source, and he already revealed his strength. There was no way he could not guess. Since you know this young master, then you can go on your way with ease of mind. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded with him. Brandis. Plussing his sword, he attacked once more. Rumble. Inside the great hall was filled with rumbling sounds everywhere. Yi Yuan's sword light formed an all-round suppression against the Yu. However, this Yu was very formidable as well. Yi Yuan felt like his strength was likely even stronger than Ji Kanglin's. To be able to be responsible for such an important base, this Yu was bound to be an extremely powerful existence in the fiend race. Even if he did not reach the level of a holy emperor, it was probably not too far away either. Fury Sword, Fire Lotus. Not taking him down after a long battle, Yi Yuan finally brought out his killing move. A terrifying power crushed over towards the Yu akin to a bulldozer. Boom! Terrifying energy undulations practically toppled the entire building structure. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Because this sword did not hit the Yu. A black flower suddenly bloomed in the air, appearing incomparably sublime. The black flower gradually transformed into a figure. A coquettish, until it made people's blood flow speed up, beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze filled with solemnness when looking at the beautiful woman. So it's you, boy. Truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Elder sister was just having a good time earlier, but had my spirits dampened by you, this boy. Since that's the case, stay behind and accompany elder sister then. Elder sister will definitely wait upon you comfortably, said the beautiful woman with a seductive smile. Chapter 1190. Fierce Fighting with Yu Ji. Chapter 1190. Fierce Fighting with Yu Ji. Meng Guang suddenly felt a little wet below his nostrils. Reaching his hand out and wiping, his nose was actually bleeding. That beautiful woman carried exceeding seductiveness with every movement and action. How could his bit of cultivation base be able to withstand it? Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Meng Guang involuntarily shuddered. Only then did he abruptly startle awake and no longer dared to look towards the beautiful woman. Meng Guang was secretly alarmed and thought to himself inwardly that this woman was so powerful. She was clearly not casting bewitching arts at me, and I actually fell for it bafflingly. Looking at Yi Yuan again, he had a calm and composed appearance and did not have any hints of being charmed at all. Indeed, well deserving of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. Just this willpower was not what the average person could compare to. Your charms and all, this young master can't afford to enjoy it. This young master's taste is not that heavy yet, to want to find a flower to slake my fire, Yi Yuan scoffed and said. This beautiful woman before his eyes was naturally the holy mother devil flower that escaped from the immemorial medicine garden back then. Yi Yuan never dreamed that he actually ran into this kind of fiendish creature at the stronghold. Originally viewed by him to be a simple mission, looking at it now, it was not simple at all. Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, the holy mother devil flower was not annoyed in the slightest. However, beaming like a flower, she said, Dearie me, elder sister has a name, called Yuji Sup 1/Sup, not some evil flower. The last time you put elder sister in an awful state. This time, I can't let you escape. Hearing these words, the Meng Guang, who was not privy to the situation, suddenly froze, looking toward Yi Yuan with an astonished look. These words were seriously too ambiguous. Truly worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. Strong. Yeah, a pity that I didn't mess you to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble anymore either, Yi Yuan said with a look of regret. You brat, you are really interesting. Even the absolute heaven at his prime back then couldn't kill this elder sister. Just a lousy sword. Could it really kill elder sister? Yuji shook with laughter, with incomparable charm. Yi Yuan's face turned slightly dark and said, Looks like the Moonhowl sect recruiting new disciples should be because of you, right? Yes, but elder sister saw through it. They are far worse compared to you. How about it? As long as you nod your head, elder sister will be yours. Looks like you recovered pretty well. Since I ran into you, then I'll let you lie down for another few more years. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. The evil extermination suddenly attacked, the sword already chopping in front of Yuji's face. Clank! Yi Yuan's sword was actually caught by Yuji with one hand. Young brother, you so don't know how to cherish beauties. Elder sister head over heels in love with you. How can you treat elder sister like this? But Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword was like it was clamped by an iron band and actually could not be pulled out. This was still his first time encountering such situation. Looks like this Yuji's strength already recovered considerably. Too terrifying. Oh, little brother, you seem to be rather surprised. That day was merely so because my vitality was greatly damaged, so I was just playing with you all. Elder sister's true strength is what even absolute heaven that old Taoist is fairly wary of. Yuji smiled brilliantly, but devil vines suddenly grew out of her hands, intertwining over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword suddenly became burning hot. A terrifying flame actually countered, burning toward Yuji's main body. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could burn myriad things under the heaven. Fiery knowing how to cultivate. Even deities and immortals found it hard to block too. Ever since Fiery cultivated the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, his strength already became unfathomable. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's current power was exceedingly terrifying. An alarmed expression finally appeared in Yuji's eyes. She involuntarily let go of the evil extermination sword. A cloud of fiendish energy gushed out, pouncing together with the cleansing sandal sacred flame. After a bout of quivering, it finally extinguished the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Little brother is truly surprising. Just how long have we not met? Your strength actually already reached such a level. In elder sister's view, your talent is likely even more monstrous than absolute heaven back then. The seductive look on Yuji's face subsided a little, finally becoming a little serious. The speed Yi Yuan's strength improved made her very surprised. It was merely 2 years since the immemorial medicine gardens battle. Yuji remembered clearly that Yi Yuan was still a little rookie at that time. His strength, right now, was more than 100 times stronger than at that time. After sighing with admiration, Yuji heaved a sigh again and said with devilish flirtatiousness, What a shame, little brother. You were born at the wrong time. Heavenly Tao is defective. If you're unable to step into deity realm, you'll never be elder sister's match. So much CRAP. Whether I can beat you or not, we'll only know after fighting. Yi Yuan wielded his sword and stepped forward, class H.I. Plussing together with Yuji. Yuji was well-deserving of being the fiend, race's holy mother. Her strength was truly unfathomable. Ever since Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he practically prevailed in every endeavor. But in front of Yuji, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Furthermore, Yuji still had an easygoing look, as if she did not use all of her strength at all. Yi Yuan knew that Yuji did not recover to her peak state. Otherwise, the fiend race would probably have long been unable to hold back anymore. But even so, Yuji's strength also took people's breath away in astonishment. What alarmed Yi Yuan even more was that something as sharp as the evil extermination sword, Yuji actually dared to forcefully receive it with her bare hands. Just how powerful was this woman's body? Hee, little brother, you're still not bringing out your full strength? What's the point in carrying on a fight like this? Even though you comprehended the domain of sword, without the augmentation of cultivation realm, you're still incredibly weak. Since you can't bear to bring out your true capability, then elder sister will be taking action. Yuji clearly had a lot of strength to spare. At this time, she suddenly surged with fiendish energy. Her 10 fingers suddenly grew long. Sharp spikes suddenly sailed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, his figure suddenly vanished. H.I. Plussing. Greater teleportation. However, Yuji seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's actions. Her figure moved, immediately arriving in midair. Spike grew again. Poochie. Sounds of sharp spikes entering the flesh transmitted over. After that, drops of fresh blood flowed out from within the void. Yi Yuan's figure emerged. There were actually 2 spikes that penetrated right through Yi Yuan's chest. Greater teleportation is pretty good as well. It's just a pity that it's useless against elder sister me. Yuji laughed smugly. Drip, drip. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain along the thorns. It already severely wounded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not expect that even the art of greater teleportation actually lost effect in front of Yuji. Caught off guard, Yi Yuan's chest was directly skewered with 2 holes. Evil extermination sword, domain of sword, greater teleportation. These major killing tools of Yi Yuan's in the past were actually so fragile in front of Yuji. Boom! The cleansing sandal's sacred flame suddenly erupted and incinerated the spikes into nothingness. But when the flames burned along the spikes towards Yuji's body, it was still extinguished by the powerful fiendish energy. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A heart-piercing pain came from his chest, virtually making him faint from the pain. Do you think that you're just wounded so simple? Elder sister already planted a holy mother devil flower in your body. Before long, you'll become elder sister's exclusive slice of meat. Yuji looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile and said, Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Yi Yuan seemingly felt a seed take root on top of his heart and sprouting. That agony of germination virtually made him faint. That fire essence of yours is indeed powerful. Even my devil vines are actually not matched. But the devil flowers have already integrated with your flesh and blood. Once it burns, your internal organs will be incinerated to ashes. Sup 1/sup. Younger brother, give up resisting and obediently become elder sister's fiend slave. Elder sister will dote on you well. Yuji laughed until she shook, appearing very pleased with herself. This move of hers was different from Fiendji. Jialan's possession. Therefore, the soul-suppressing pearl was unable to unleash effect too. Your Excellency, are you all right? When Meng Guang saw that heart-penetrating, anguished appearance of Yi Yuan's, his entire person was thoroughly stupefied. Swoosh! Yi Yuan cast the art of greater teleportation, grabbed hold of Meng Guang's sleeve, and directly merged into heaven and earth. Don't resist, go! With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to bring people and display the art of greater teleportation. But merging into heaven and earth was still doable. When Yuji saw the situation, The corners of her mouth curled, and she said with a smile, "Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus 100 devil vines stabbed straight towards the void, attempting to force Yi Yuan out. Fury Sword, Fire Lotus. Two kinds of violent divine Tao laws intertwined together, chopping out of the void, directly grinding those devil vines to smithereens. However, the remnant force did not diminish, shooting straight for Yuji. This move, Yi Yuan attacked in anger. The power was extraordinary. Even for Yuji, when she saw the power of this sword, her expression changed slightly too. Devil vines locking the heavens. Swish, swash, swus. H. Plus countless devil vines waved to form an enormous, dense web, continuously depleting the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power. By the time the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power was exhausted, Yi Yuan already brought Meng Guang along and got away. Yuji stared in the direction that Yi Yuan disappeared in a daze. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. At this time, Dio moved closer and said, "Lord Holy Mother," letting them leave just like this? Yuji did not have that sort of seductive expression on her face at this time and had a serious look, but was akin to that of ability, holy, and inviolable. This brat isn't simple. To actually fuse absolute heaven and Jiangshan, the two people's ultimate skills together, displaying such a peerlessly powerful sword. Right now, my injuries are not yet healed and aren't suited to get into a fight. If I really press this boy into a corner, I won't gain any benefits either. However, since he got hit by my devil flower seeds, he'll definitely become this Holy Mother's fiend slave within 3 days. We just have to wait here will do. Hee, the son of heaven's mandate becoming this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Talking to the back, Yuji felt that it was pretty interesting too, and could not help laughing loudly. Lord Holy Mother is mighty, Dio said respectfully. Since this stronghold is already exposed, transfer then. This little guy is pretty impressive too, almost letting him succeeded. If not for this Holy Mother being cautious and did a little tampering in this grand array, we'd really fall victim to him, Yuji said. This boy's formation's path attainments already reached the acme of perfection, virtually reaching the pinnacle of void mystic realm martial artists. This subordinate gathered that his battle with the Grand Yin Divine King, he most likely relied on formation's Tao attainments. That's why he didn't fall into a disadvantage, Dio said. He was in charge of this stronghold. Regarding Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's battle, he naturally would not be unaware. And Yi Yuan was the top priority that they were paying close attention to in the first place. According to the conjectures from the information all around, Yi Yuan very likely relied on formation's Tao attainments to remain perfectly unscathed under the Grand Yin Divine King's formation's Path 9 scripts. Yuji smiled and said, "It's useless, no matter how impressive. He'll become this Holy Mother's fiend slave very soon. The thing that Kanua couldn't accomplish, this Holy Mother accomplished it with the greatest of ease. These 1,000,000 years, that old thing was simply wasting time. If not for him fearing this Holy Mother and let this Holy Mother out earlier, would there be today's Embark? Meant? Thud. Yi Yuan held his breath and escaped no idea how far either, finally running out of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Along the way, Yi Yuan's internal organs were already thoroughly flooded by miniature devil flowers. That intense pain practically made him faint several times. The devil flowers were like parasites. The faster his essence energy revolved, the faster the devil flowers propagated too. At this time, the devil flowers virtually occupied his innards. Thick fiendish energy was currently spreading all over his entire body. Yi Yuan's teeth were chattering, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Lord, Yi Yuan, are you all right? Can I do anything at all? Meng Guang said rather fluid tearedly. You, help stand guard over me. Yi Yuan squeezed these few words out from the gaps of his teeth and could no longer speak. Rest assured, Your Excellency. unless I die. Otherwise, I absolutely won't let people take one step closer," Meng Guang said in a panic. Yi Yuan falteringly took out a medicinal pill, Tiger Dragon Creation Pill. This medicinal pill was prepared by Yi Yuan to break through the limits of the fleshly body in order to break through the last gateway. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation plan, it should be taking the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body Pill first, letting the fleshly body break through the late stage Tier 9, reaching peak late stage. After that, consuming this Tiger Dragon Creation Pill, reaching the level of grand completion in one fell swoop from there. His own medicine pill, Yi Yuan naturally poured forth his greatest efforts. This Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was an arcane insight rank medicinal pill. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was incomparably overbearing to begin with. Even a late-stage Tier 9 physical body could not withstand that tyrannical power of tigers and dragons too. An arcane insight rank medicinal pill, the power was even more unimaginable. A moment of carelessness, and he would die from his fleshly body exploding apart. But now, Yi Yuan already could not care that much. Yu Ji was well worthy of being a heavenly fiend Ji. Oh, DCLA. S powerhouse. These devil flowers were too overbearing and did not give him any chances at all. Since it did not give chances, then Yi Yuan could only create an opportunity himself. Yi Yuan swallowed the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill in one go. Straight away, the surging medicinal strength immediately started scouring the tendons, bones, and internal organs in his entire body. Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was the strongest body-tempering medicinal pill that Yi Yuan knew. The power of the medicinal strength could be imagined. Furthermore, he was jumping realms to devour the medicinal pill right now. That berserk medicinal strength was virtually going to blow his fleshly body up. HRRGGHH. Yi Yuan lifted his head to the sky and howled, blue veins popping up all over his body, looking exceptionally terrifying. Meng Guang, who was currently standing guard, quaked in his boots. He knew that Yi Yuan was currently enduring tremendous pain, but he was powerless to help. "Fiery, begin," Yi Yuan roared. Fiery's body materialized, and he said stammeringly, "Big brother, really going to do this? You'll die. Hurry." Yi Yuan practically squeezed this word out from the gaps of his teeth. Fiery drew a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll be careful, big brother," only to see him knead seals with both hands, firing out a strand of cleansing sandal's sacred flame into Yi Yuan's body. Ark! Yi Yuan's roars sounded again. Fiery was currently deploying the cleansing sandal's sacred flame, refining Yi Yuan's internal organs. He was going to forcefully refine that holy mother devil flowers. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Yi Yuan frenziedly activated the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art and restored the wounds within his body crazily. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was like tidewaters, scouring Yi Yuan's internal organs and the meridians all over his body wave after wave. Yi Yuan's internal organs were advancing with incredible speed. However, because the medicinal strength was too fearsome, the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's impact on his fleshly body was far fiercer than the remolding. Blackish-red bloodstains seeped out on Yi Yuan's muscles. At the same time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was still tempering Yi Yuan's innards impertinently. Yi Yuan felt like he was just like a balloon at this time. It was as if he might explode at any time. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art was a very powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan had long cultivated it to the degree of peak Tier 9. But the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art being hailed as undying and imperishable, that was referring to the divine Tao cultivation method. But what Long Ting knew was merely just the first half. Under such intense devastation, Yi Yuan's body was currently approaching collapse. Currently, the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was like floodwaters that breached the bank, while the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art was blocking up the hole. However, it seemed like the Tiger Dragon creation pill was a bit more ferocious in the end. The gap was continuously enlarging, getting bigger. The reason why Yi Yuan wanted to forcefully increase his fleshly body realm was in order to strengthen the internal organs and have the innards be capable of withstanding the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. At this time, Fiery did not dare to increase the power of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame at all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's internal organs would directly be incinerated clean. He carefully controlled the cleansing sandal's sacred flame power, using it to restrain the Holy Mother Devil Flower's growth. As for whether Yi Yuan could break through or not, it could only completely depend on his fortunes. But this situation at present was clearly not very optimistic. Fiery looked at Yi Yuan with a worried look, but was powerless to help. Fleshly body tempering was an extremely painful process. It completely relied on one's willpower to control. Split. The flesh on Yi Yuan's body cracked open inch by inch. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. When Fiery saw this scene, he could not help feeling torn with anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Hang in there, big brother." However, Yi Yuan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. His entire person was in a completely messed up state. Not only did he have a devil seed planted by Yuji, but there was also even the Tiger Dragon creation pill ravaging his innards and fleshly body. Apart from this, there was also Fiery's cleansing sandal's sacred flame attempting to refine the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. Even if Yi Yuan had an iron will, he could not withstand such devastation too. Yi Yuan's consciousness was gradually falling into the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan. In his confusion and trance, Yi Yuan seemed to have heard someone calling his name in the depths of this darkness. Who's calling me? Could it be that I'm already dead? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan, that voice sounded out once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Who are you?" Roar. A heaven-shocking dragon roar pierced through the darkness, transmitting into Yi Yuan's ears. A silhouette appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked, and could not help shuddering all over. That figure was actually exactly the same as him. No, wait, this person's head actually had two horns, sup, 1/sup. It's me. Who are you? I'm you. You're me? What does that mean? I've already slumbered for over 500 years in the depths of your consciousness. Today, I finally awakened. Yi Yuan's entire body quivered, and he said, You're the atavism dragon soul? Huh, you're the one who's the atavism dragon soul. I'm you and you're me. Yi Yuan did not rejoice in the slightest, and instead frowned and said, I'm clearly of the human race. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? You only have half human race bloodline. The other half is naturally the dragon race. I only have half human race bloodline? Could it be you're saying that my mother is of the dragon clan? At this time, Tanic storms surged in Yi Yuan's heart. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had never heard his father mention before about his mother's existence. It was as if he was a motherless child. Yi Yuan had once asked Ji Xingyang before about the matters concerning his mother too, but Ji Xingyang did not utter a single word about this. He only told Yi Yuan that his mother was already dead. As a result, Yi Yuan did not think that much either. Only reaching this life did Yi Yuan feel maternal love from Ren Hongling. Now, he actually had an inexplicable mother pop out. Furthermore, this mother even originated from the dragon race. All of this seemed to be a fantasy tale. But if not for so, how could he accomplish it with high proficiency when he cultivated dragon race martial techniques? Even the divine rank dragon wave. Yi Yuan learned it within an inconceivable amount of time too. Such talent, it was already not enough to use monstrous to describe it. That is, of course, how can a human possibly possess an atavism dragon soul? The other Yi Yuan gave such an answer. Then, who in the world is my mother? When he asked this, Yi Yuan's emotions were actually somewhat fluid. Teared. After all, towards this incomparably mysterious mother, Yi Yuan still held some awe as well as grievances. Very sorry, I don't know either. I'm just your other half. In this respect, what I know isn't much more than you. This query needs you to unravel it yourself. The other party's answer greatly disappointed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Fine then. Then what's the use of you appearing as well? To impart you the tyrant dragon regeneration art divine Tao chapter," said the other Yi Yuan, coolly. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but he still said disappointedly, "It's no use. I already don't have time to go comprehend the divine inscriptions." The other Yi Yuan said, "Don't need to comprehend. As long as I fuse into one with you, you'll naturally know it." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help opening his eyes wide and said, "You aren't joking, right? How can divine inscriptions possibly not need to be comprehended?" The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The atavism dragon soul is the strongest among all of the demon race's physiques, not one of, because this kind of physique possesses all of the dragon race's first ancestors' memories. In theory, one is capable of fully reaching the dragon race's first ancestors' height. As long as one is capable of awakening the inheritance memories, this dragon race descendant will be able to directly learn this cultivation skill and martial technique. Of course, the hardest part about the atavism dragon soul is also awakening." Yi Yuan was extremely alarmed when he heard. No wonder the white tiger spirit was so jealous back then. It turned out that this physique was actually freakish to such an extent. Divine inscriptions, this kind of profound and hard-to-fathom things, one would actually immediately learn it. That was also to say that as long as one completely awakened the atavism dragon soul, they would be able to become the second dragon race's founding ancestor. What kind of existence the dragon race's founding ancestor was, Yi Yuan was not clear at all. But Yi Yuan felt that it was very likely an origin deity realm existence. Then, how did I awaken the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Originally, the first time you awakened should be the moment you corroborate your Tao and become a deity. But with your powerful will plus your unyieldingness and unwillingness to take things lying down, all these made you successfully awaken a small portion of the atavism dragon soul." Chapter 1193. Not Waiting Overnight to Take Revenge. Chapter 1193. Not Waiting Overnight to Take Revenge. Yi Yuan at this time was like a sieve, spraying blood from head to toe, looking very savage and terrifying. If not for the tyrant dragon regeneration art, he would have already died D knows how many times. Fiery's complexion flickered incessantly, tears already welling up in his eyes, his entire body shaking. He knew that Yi Yuan already reached the brink of death and likely could not hold on much longer. "Why, Your Excellency, nothing must happen to you. You, quickly wake up." Meng Guang was powerless to do anything by the side and was full of worries. He felt that Yi Yuan was an extraordinary great figure. Just now, if it were somebody else, they would probably have long left him behind. But Yi Yuan did not forget to bring him away before he left. To Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. But Yi Yuan brought him along without any hesitation. At that moment, he was absolutely a burden to Yi Yuan. Hence, the agitation in Meng Guang's heart could not be expressed using words. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person looked very miserable. He had clearly already reached the verge of death. But just as Fiery and Meng Guang lost all hope, a miraculous scene occurred. Those cracked open wounds on Yi Yuan's body were actually slowly healing. Yi Yuan, who was originally on his dying breath already, his life force thriving once more as well. Even though this process was rather slow, but he was indeed recovering. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength was still overbearing, but the recovery speed of Yi Yuan's body had already said the speed of his destruction. Under the powerful protection of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Yi Yuan's body was frenziedly absorbing the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength. His fleshly body was also breaking through rapidly. Yi Yuan awakening the atavism dragon soul one time, he immediately comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's divine Tao chapter. Just like the other hymn said, he did not need to comprehend it all and immediately understood it. It was just a shame that his awakening this time only had the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter was similarly divided into 9 levels. For Yuan to want to cultivate the cultivation method at the back, he still required another fortuitous awakening. Furthermore, to really unleash the might of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, one required a corresponding level of physical body to match it. With Yi Yuan's current physical body, even if he comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level, it was also completely different compared to a deity realm powerhouse casting it. Without going through mystic chi flooding the body and achieving deity realm, the so-called grand completion realm was merely a joke. The power of deity realm was not what Tao profound realm could surmise. Of course, even so, with the augmentation of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan's speed of recovering the fleshly body increased more than 10 times over. The atavism Dragon Soul's first awakening was normally when breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan's awakening this time was still because it was triggered by the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art in the end. Hence, the inheritance that he grasped was pitifully little. But the awakening this time was not that useless either. Apart from the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, he even grasped another dragon race martial technique. Under the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's overbearing medicinal strength, Yi Yuan broke through to peak Tier 9 very quickly. But it was not over yet. The medicinal strength of the Arcane Insight ranked Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was too tyrannical. Yi Yuan's fleshly body rushed toward the realm of Tier 9 Grand Completion. Following the increase in realm, plus the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's recovery ability, the medicinal strength of the Tiger Dragon Regeneration Art was no longer able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan. His appearance already recovered to his original appearance. When Fiery saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. "Double up, Fiery!" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, big brother." Fiery said with an excited look. Pulling through the most difficult hurdle, there were no more obstacles at the back. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's fleshly body finally broke through to Tier 9 Grand Completion. At this point, Yi Yuan's essence and spirit, 2 paths, both reached the realm of Grand Completion, only missing an essence energy realm. As long as essence energy realm reached peak Divine King, he would reach the qualifications to salt the deity realm. As for the realm of Void Mystic, Yi Yuan did not need to go through it at all. Moreover, his concept's comprehensions had long already thrown Void Mystic realm powerhouses behind G. Oh, D knows how many times. "Fiery, use your full power, refine." Yi Yuan commanded once more. Fiery drew a deep breath, instantly urged the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits, and started refining the Holy Mother devil flowers. Ugh! Yi Yuan's complexion instantly turned red. That agony of being immolated instantly spread throughout his entire body, making him perspire profusely. Fiery had already comprehended divine Tao laws currently. The might of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Even if Yi Yuan reached Grand Completion realm, it was hard to resist it too. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art and crazily recovered the internal injuries. Although the Holy Mother Devil Flowers were impressive, facing the cleansing sandal's sacred flames full power refinement, they were finally refined away bit by bit too. However, the most terrifying thing was not the Holy Mother Devil Flowers that grew, but those roots that had already penetrated into the internal organs. To Yi Yuan, right now, was cutting away the flesh to treat the wounds. He was guiding the cleansing sandal's sacred flame, continuously burning his internal organs, completely eradicating those stubborn roots. This pain was enough to make the average martial artist go crazy and commit suicide. Seeing that Yi Yuan was fine, Meng Guang finally heaved a sigh in relief. But at this time, his heart could not help feeling sympathy again. He saw through some inklings and knew that Yi Yuan was using this sort of method to remove the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. From Yi Yuan's sweat-covered forehead, he could guess how terrifying the pain Yi Yuan was suffering at this time. But Yi Yuan actually did not even furrow an eyebrow. This perseverance, this willpower, they made Meng Guang's countenance greatly moved. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh, thinking to himself that it was indeed no accident that Yi Yuan could have today's accomplishments. People only saw him rise with comet-like speed, but did not know how much effort that an ordinary person could not imagine was put in behind him. This was a true powerhouse. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a long, turbid breath. Meng Guang's entire body trembled, and he sighed with admiration as he said, "Your Excellency is truly a god. These few days of experiences, if it were others, they would probably have already died no less than 10 times. But Yi Yuan relied on his willpower and forcefully pulled through. This left him no choice but to admire. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said smilingly, "If I couldn't resist, I would have to die. How to choose between life and death is very simple, right?" Meng Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Talking about it is easy, but with your Excellency's situation back then, probably 10 out of 10 people would choose death, right? After all, a fate worse than death seemed to be more terrifying than death." Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Fiery asked concernedly, "Big brother, how is it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo, never been better than right now." Fiery's eyes lit up, making out that Yi Yuan's words seemed to be insinuating something. "Big brother, then Fiery asked probingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Not waiting overnight to take revenge. That old demon had made this young master suffer such a huge loss. Not teaching her a bit of a lesson, she'll really think that this young master is easy to need." Chapter 1194, 9 Transformations Golden Body. Chapter 1194, 9 Transformations Golden Body. Lord Holy Mother, the matters over here are already settled properly. We can withdraw at any time, Yu said to Yu with a bow. Let them withdraw at once then, Yu said coolly. Yu thought about it and said, "Lord Holy Mother, 3 days' time is about to pass us. Would that Yi Yuan have?" Yuji's face turned cold, and she said, "Are you doubting this Holy Mother's ability?" Don't look at how Yuji was seductive and moving, having a grin on her face all day long. She was a true fiend who absolutely killed people without batting an eyelid. Even if Yu was her subordinate. Subordinate dares not. Yu hurriedly said. Yuji suddenly changed expressions and said B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with confidence. Even the absolute heaven of 1,000,000 years ago, if he got hit by the flower poison, he had to obediently become my fiend slave too. Could a mere Tao profound realm brat still overturn the heavens? Look, didn't he come? Yuji was just talking when Yi Yuan's figure appeared in her line of sight. Teehee, obedient little brother, quickly come over and let elder sister dotes on you well, Yuji said as she beckoned Yi Yuan with a smile. Yi Yuan did not speak either and just flew over to Yuji's side. Yuji was smiling and even said to the Dayu beside smugly, "Saw that, do you? This is the son of heaven's mandate. Now, he's this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Later, when we find Kanoa that fellow, this Holy Mother has to show off properly." But Dayu's brows pressed together, and he said, "Lord Holy Mother, something seems to be not quite right." And Yuji froze. Looking over toward Yi Yuan, her expression could not help changing drastically. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 feet away from her, but a hint of a mocking smile flickered across the corners of his mouth. All of a sudden, evil extermination sword attacked. Fury sword, fire lotus. Piercing cold killing intent locked onto Yuji firmly. 2 mighty divine Tao laws flagrantly attacked. The distance of 1,000 feet was crossed in a flash. Yuji's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Terrifying, fiendish energy instantly erupted, wrapping herself up in protection. Boom! This sword slammed onto that cloud of black chi solidly. The energy undulation stirred up by two great divine Tao laws smashed that cloud of black chi in deeply. That cloud of black chi was directly smashed, flying 10,000 feet away. Ha ha, old hag, just your bit of means also wish to subdue Lord Yi Yuan? Aren't you guys involved in intelligence gathering? Don't you know that Lord Yi Yuan's Tli is heaven surmounting? Meng Guang looked at her from far away as he said mockingly with a loud laugh. The black chi dissipated, revealing Yu Ji's and Yu's figures. Yu Ji's expression was ashen pale. A trace of blood covered the corners of her mouth too. But Yu's situation was much worse than her. There was not an intact spot from head to toe, his entire physical body practically shattered mushy. Old witch, how's the taste of this sword? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. The sneak attack just now succeeding, Yi Yuan immediately felt very liberated in his heart. Since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had experienced countless times of life and death. But there had never been one time as perilous as a few days ago. He even almost became somebody else's slave. Although he survived the crisis, Yi Yuan still had indignation stifled in his heart. One sword succeeding, this turbid breath of Yi Yuan was also finally released. Yu Ji's expression was very ugly. She was still showing off with Yu earlier, and now Yi Yuan gave her a slap with a backhand. The power of this sword was unbelievably Estoni's. Plusing. Even if it was her who was subjected to it, she suffered a considerable hidden loss too. Of course, the more important thing was that her face was utterly lost. Impossible. The toxin of the devil flower is incurable. How'd you do it? Yu Ji still did not dare to believe it and questioned. As a heavenly fiend, an existence comparable to origin deity realms. Yu Ji's confidence was not without reason. Even she was unable to break through to the deity realm today. Her methods were also not what ordinary humans could understand. But this time, she miscalculated. Incurable. Isn't this young master perfectly well right now? Old witch, it's best you don't be too confident when conducting yourself as a person. Oh, this young master forgets you're not a person. Even as a fiend, don't be too confident as well. Be careful of getting your face slapped. Yi Yuan scoffed. Yu Ji's expression flickered incessantly, becoming like a different person from that cheerful and lively appearance. She was not surprised by Yi Yuan's sword. She was surprised that Yi Yuan was actually able to eradicate the devil flowers. Humph! Boy, do you think that by resolving the flower toxin, you're this holy mother's match? You don't think that that sword really had any effect against this holy mother, right? Yu Ji said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, stop feigning. It's true that you're formidable, but you're likely still far from recovering to your peak state, right? If you really have no misgivings at all, it's impossible to let me leave freely on that day. If 1 slash doesn't cut it, 8 or 10 slashes should be enough, right? Yu Ji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually perceived it so thoroughly. Being suppressed for 1,000,000 years by absolute heaven, how could Yu Ji's strength be capable of recovering in a short time? Taking action that day, with Yi Yuan already hurt her vitality, virtually exhausting all of the yang energy that she absorbed in these few months. Although that sword earlier could not hurt her foundation, if 8 or 10 swords were to come, it would really be quite enough for her to choke on. That will also require you to have the ability to hit me first before saying. Do you think that this holy mother will still give you that opportunity just now? Prepare to die. Yu Ji was incredibly enraged from Embark's smitten at this time. She drew out a vine from inside her body and charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid. Stepping forward, he clashed together with Yu Ji. Two peerless experts facing off. That undulation was simply earth-shaking. Still not bringing out your true capabilities? There's no meaning in carrying on to fight like this. Or, have you already exhausted your tricks? Yi Yuan taunted with a face full of ridicule. Although Yu Ji was stubborn, Yi Yuan could perceive that her strength compared to that day was still quite a bit worse. The words that Yu Ji gave him on that day, Yi Yuan returned it in its entirety. Brat, Do you really take this holy mother to be easily bullied? Since you want to see this holy mother's true ability, then you'll have to be prepared to die. UG swayed lightly, retreating 1,000 feet away. At the same time, fiendish energy surged on her body, long hair fluttering, looking extremely demonic. UG, who fully released fiendish energy, recovered to that holy mother who controlled everything again. It was only to see an alluring smile hanging on her face as she said, "This is Elder Sister's strength. You got to receive it well." Thorns covering the skies. UG's fiendish energy stirred. Countless thorn spikes suddenly burst out from within the void, virtually enveloping Yi Yuan completely inside. Each one of these spikes was exactly the same as the spikes that stabbed Yi Yuan that day. Looks like UG really released a major move here. Yi Yuan's provocation also made UG finally became genuinely enraged. She decided to utterly kill Yi Yuan this time, but Yi Yuan smiled indifferently. The fleshy body power of Tier 9 Grand Completion erupted fully. At this time, the skin all over Yi Yuan's body became golden-colored, looking just like an Arhut. UG's expression instantly changed greatly as she cried out in horror, "9 transformations golden body. How is this possible?" Chapter 1195, Awakened Second Martial Technique. Chapter 1195, Awakened Second Martial Technique. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan yelled out. Divine rank, Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm shot forth. This Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm was D knows how many times stronger compared to when at the Medicine King Hall. One palm releasing, it shattered all of the spikes to smithereens like breaking dead branches. Furthermore, the remaining momentum did not diminish. Cruise. Plussing over towards UG. UG's expression changed drastically. Rolling fiendish energy seethed. Class. Plussing with a Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. However, it was to no avail. This palm of Yi Yuan's was simply unstoppable. Although the fiendish energy was powerful, it could not stop the power of this palm at all. Yi Yuan's body refinement breaking through to the Grand Completion realm. His fleshy body power already reached the limits under Deity realm. The power of the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, naturally, could not be mentioned in the same breath. But this was not the crux. The key was the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body was the body refinement realm of Deity realm powerhouses. 9 transformations golden body, undying and imperishable. Of course, Yi Yuan's was not the genuine 9 transformations golden body. The Arcane Insight ranked Tiger Dragon Creation Pill made Yi Yuan's fleshy body had an additional trace of Tao ACCU. Mulation of Deity Realm. Even though it was just a trace, the augmentation of Yi Yuan's martial techniques was unimaginable. A tragic and shrill cry sounded over. UG's body was directly smashed into a lump of meat paste by this palm. Is this truly a martial technique that divine king powerhouses can display? Meng Guang was already dumbfounded from watching. He did not know what 9 transformations golden body was, but this did not impede him from being astonished by the power of this palm. Using startling the universe and making DS and Go sweep was not the slightest bit overboard. This was a domineering cruise. Plussing, completely unreasonable overpowering. No matter how powerful you were, I just crushed with a palm. Big brother, he isn't a divine king powerhouse yet. But this palm is also too unreasonable. Fiery was also shocked by Yi Yuan's palm. Meng Guang did not know UG's terror, but Fiery was perfectly aware. The might of that slash from evil extermination back then was still vivid in Fiery's mind. Such an attack could not even destroy UG. It could be seen how powerful her strength was. When Yi Yuan said to come and take revenge, Fiery actually still had no assurance in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything either. Only all the way until now, When Yi Yuan completely erupted, did he know that Yi Yuan's strength had another qualitative leap? Meng Guang nodded his head, strongly approving of Fiery's appraisal. This palm could only use unreasonable to describe. In no way, right? Lord Holy Mother actually lost to this boy? Di was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Yu Ji was an undefeatable existence. In this world, only Lord Kanua could rival Lord Holy Mother. Even though Yu Ji had yet to fully recover, it was totally impossible for ordinary human experts to be her match. However, Yu Ji was defeated just like this. Fiery, Meng Guang, you guys retreat farther back. Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. The two people were stunned, not quite certain what he meant. But toward Yi Yuan's words, they naturally would not have doubts. So they withdrew 1,000 feet away. Not enough, farther back, Yi Yuan said again. The two people could only retreat several thousand feet again. Farther even more. What medicine is His Excellency selling in his gourd? Could it be that old which is brewing some killing move, and he's making us stay further away? As Meng Guang walked, he said in puzzlement, I don't know either, but it looks like he's considering our safety. Fiery said, Lord Fiery, I say, that palm just now was so terrifying, that old which isn't dead yet. Even an origin deity realm powerhouse couldn't kill that old witch and could only suppress her for 1,000,000 years' time. How could she die so easily? Fiery said. Meng Guang stuck out his tongue, unbelievably shocked. He did not know what origin deity realm was. But deity realm, these two words were already enough for him to understand. No wonder someone as powerful as His Excellency suffered a major loss at her hands too. But now he gained back some ground already. Meng Guang said with a laugh. Fiery also smiled. To them, these few days could really use overwhelming sorrow and joy to describe. Yi Yuan's life hung by a thread and almost died. This also made them hate Yu Ji, this old witch, to the bones. Yi Yuan's overpowering quas. Plussing also made them feel the delight of avenging a great enmity. Swoosh! A cloud of black gas turned into an arc of light, fleeing towards the distance. Brat, you remember for this old lady. Today's enmity, this old lady will make you pay it back twofold. In the black gas came Yu Ji's shriek. Clearly, she already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, Old witch, you're already getting on in years. Better rest and recuperate more. This young master will send you off again. Yi Yuan took his time and took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon roar that shook heaven and earth instantly rippled out. Diyu, who was closest to Yi Yuan, was immediately shook into a pile of sludge by this dragon roar. Even that fiendish energy was also shook until it completely dissipated. A powerhouse who was close to the Holy Emperor realm was utterly wiped out, just like that. Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. This move was one of the supreme martial techniques that the dragon race already lose. Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul, and the second martial technique that he learned was the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. At this moment, there did not seem to be other voices in this world. Only Yi Yuan's dragon roar remained. That terrifying power made heaven and earth change color. Arg! A shrill and miserable cry sounded out. It was just that Yu Ji's voice was completely unable to transmit out. Under the voice of the Dragon G.O.D., everything was empty. Yu Ji's body abruptly came to a stop, being nailed in the air firmly. She was originally already seriously injured. How could she be capable of resisting such a terrifying divine Tao martial technique? Her fiendish energy surged to the skies. Even if she was forced back to her original form by Yi Yuan with one palm, the fiendish energy did not diminish in the slightest. But at this moment, under Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon G.O.D., her cloud of black gas actually showed signs of dissipating. The voice of the Dragon G.O.D. transmitted over ceaselessly. That cloud of black gas became thinner and thinner. Fiery and Meng Guang, The two people used their hands to cover their ears tightly at this time. Exchanging a glance, they both saw deep astoundment from the other's eyes. When did Yi Yuan learn such a terrifying martial technique again? Compared to that unreasonable palm earlier, this sound wave attack was clearly even more terrifying. No wonder Yi Yuan made them go further away. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed, plussing this martial technique against them, the two of them also felt like their internal organs were almost shattering. This was even with them going so far away. If it was nearby, even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed, plussing the martial technique against them, it would likely shock them until they were ground to dust too. However, right at this moment, the voice of the dragon abruptly cut off. Ha! Too bad. Just missing that little bit more. If you're able to break through to deity realm, this holy mother might have to die in your hands today. It's too bad that it's just lacking a tiny bit. Boy, today's grudge, this old lady has remembered it. When this old lady recovers my strength, I'll definitely grind your bones to powder and make mincemeat of your fleas. Plus, that shrill voice of Yuji's came over, mixed with ecstasy, mixed with fury, and mixed with boundless hatred inside. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower Stirs Again. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower Stirs Again. Too bad, revealed Yuji's lingering fear in her heart. Indeed, just a little more, and Yi Yuan would be able to kill her, just missing a tiny bit only. That was a genuine death. Within 1,000,000 years, it was Yuji's first time truly facing death. Even when facing Taoist absolute heaven ceiling, she was not so terrified, nor gave up all hope before either. The voice of the dragon was well deserving of being the dragon race's supreme martial technique. The terror of this sound wave attack actually almost forcefully scattered heavenly fiend Ji. Yi Yuan was within an inch of completing a great feat that body could accomplish for 1,000,000 years. It was unfortunate that it fell short of success at the last stage, because the current Yi Yuan was already extremely overdrawn. If the voice of the dragon continued, he himself would croak first before Yuji died. Don't look at how the power of the voice of the dragon was great. The consumption was exceedingly terrifying too. If not because of the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan probably could not even last the time of a breath. Even so, he also merely held it there for the time of 3 breaths. Once 3 breaths were up, Yi Yuan was no longer able to continue. Actually, even if he had the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan was at most able to persevere for 2 breaths of time as well. That remaining 1 breath was exchanged by him with his life. Regarding the voice of the dragon D's power, Yi Yuan was very surprised too. Therefore, he overdrew his physical strength to the verge of collapse before having no choice but to stop with regrets. Yi Yuan collapsed weakly and virtually could not even speak. Fiery's expression changed. Figure flash. Ing. He hurriedly supported Yi Yuan. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery asked worriedly. Yi Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty but did not even emit a single sound. Actually, Fiery wanted to go and chase after Yuji. Except, seeing Yi Yuan's situation, how could he still leave? With no other alternatives, Fiery could only watch Yuji escape helplessly. Mengguang's strength was too weak. Even if he was very far away, he was also shocked by Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon until he was muddled up at this time too, and was completely unable to come and take care of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yuji escape, Fiery could only heave a long sigh and secretly lament. Big brother, you're messing around too much. How could such a terrifying divine Tao martial technique be what you're capable of displaying right now? Fiery looked at Yi Yuan and grumbled. Yi Yuan moved his lips and barely managed to smile. He did not regret it. He would really regret it if he did not give it a shot. At the very least, he knew now that these heavenly fiend DS were not really unkillable. As long as you were powerful enough, you could similarly kill them. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that the reason why he almost killed Yu Ji was that he was standing on the shoulder of giants. If not for Taoist absolute heaven's 1,000,000 years of suppression, making Yu Ji suffer a great loss in vitality, he would not have this chance either. This rest was a month's time. Yi Yuan's exhaustion this time nearly damaged his foundations. Even with the help of medicinal pills, he used a month's time before fully recovering too. Taking care of Yi Yuan these few days, he also finally got to know about the Fiend Race's sequence of events from Yi Yuan and Fiery Smouth. His wars, H.I. plus P towards Yi Yuan, simply reached a point where it could not be any greater. Of course, what made him admire even more was still Yi Yuan's behavior. Regardless of whether it was cardinal principles of righteousness or trivial matters, Yi Yuan had no fault to nitpick. In cardinal principles of righteousness, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death and fought the Fiend Race's heavenly Fiend G.O.D. valiantly. In trifling matters, when he fled in the face of danger, he even did not forget to bring him, a minor character, along. Ever since then, Meng Guang followed Yi Yuan wholeheartedly. On this day, Gu Yongtang came to the Moonhowl sect and found Yi Yuan. Lord Mystic Lord, the news over here, this lowly one has already sent it to the organization. Lord Tung made me pass a message to you to tell you sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lord Tung that side seriously couldn't make time. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Gu Yongtang bowed and saluted as he said. Toward this one in front of him, Gu Yongtang also admired endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan made Meng Guang bring Gu Yongtang over. He learned the information of Yu Ji being at the Moonhowl sect, and his astonishment could not be any greater too. It was just that he could not quite understand how in the world Yi Yuan survived under Yu Ji's hands. The specifics of the battle process, Yi Yuan did not overly describe as well. How strong Yu Ji's strength was, Gu Yongtang was all too clear. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually still survive under the situation where he was seriously injured. Then there was only one possibility. Yu Ji also sustained serious injuries. Yi Yuan fought her off. With that in mind, Gu Yongtang threw himself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. But Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, this time, it fell just one step short of success, failing to live up to Brother Tung's trust. The failure this time alerted the enemy. Most likely, the Fiend Calamity's eruption already can't be avoided. Your Excellency, don't have to blame yourself. This isn't Sir's fault. Body could have expected that there was actually a heavenly Fiend G.O.D. hiding in the Moonhowl sect. If he had known earlier, Lord Tung would probably have come over personally. Gu Yongtang said. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Since he did not kill Yu Ji, he could not say much either. The voice of the dragon G.O.D. was currently his strongest ace in the whole. He naturally would not tell Gu Yongtang. As for Gu Yongtang's misunderstanding, he obviously would not clarify either. Yi Yuan's regret was not that he did not obtain the Fiend Race's intel, but because he did not kill Yu Ji. Except, even if one gave Gu Yongtang several galls, he also did not dare think that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to kill Yu Ji. After all, this sort of thing, even absolute heaven could not do it. This matter is over. I wonder if Sir is returning to the Dragon Clan? Yongtang can represent Sir to make arrangements, Gu Yongtang asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, there's no need. This young master isn't returning to the Dragon Clan for the time being. You go back and report on the task then. It's none of your business here anymore. The Moonhowl sect was already destroyed. Gu Yongtang naturally did not have a need to be undercover anymore. Their hidden base naturally had to be evacuated too. Gu Yongtang received the order and left. Meng Guang could not help asking curiously, Your Excellency, if we're not going to the Dragon Clan, where are we going? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Chaotic Devil's Sea. Meng Guang's expression turned fearful, but did not know what Yi Yuan was going to the Chaotic Devil's Sea for. Just as Yi Yuan was heading for the Chaotic Devil's Sea, the Heaven's Secret Tower threw out another heavyweight bomb. The The Heaven's Secret Tower announced to the world that 10 days later, the 10 great divine kings would have some changes once more. This news was like a bolt out of the blue, immediately stirring up the entire divine realm. What the H-E-L? L is this? The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was just published for a few months. Could the Heaven's Secret Tower be overthrowing it again? Yeah, the last time they published the 10 Great Divine Kings was something that happened 2,000 years ago. This time, it's just a few months? Could it be that one of the 10 Great Divine Kings, or perhaps two, had breakthroughs recently, and Serpa? Said the front rankings. If I were to say, the new rankings this time might still have something to do with the heaven-surmounting Divine King. And I feel the same way too. The release this time might just be for error correction. After all, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually fought with the Grand Yin Divine King until they were evenly matched in strength. Various versions of speculations flew everywhere, making this action of the Heaven's Secret Tower become even more unfathomable. Even though the Heaven's Secret Tower never played cards according to convention, this time was also truly too ridiculous. How could the 10 Great Divine Kings, this kind of authoritative powerhouse ranking, be changed willy-nilly? Chapter 1197, Tan sees death. Chapter 1197. Tan sees death after a time interval of several months. The heaven-stabilizing Divine King made his way up the Heaven's Secret Tower once more. Ending on a sour note the last time, Zhuge Qingxian had always taken it to heart. But the news that followed in quick succession made him very surprised. Yi Yuan's strength was actually really sufficient to enter the ranks of the 10 Great Divine Kings. Furthermore, he actually fought to a draw with Lu Linfeng. Even though he felt that there was some suspicions on Lu Linfeng going easy, this news was already enough to shock him. But he did not think that the Heaven's Secret Tower really announced that they were going to change the 10 Great Divine Kings. In his view, that mysterious fellow must have come to a compromise with him. No matter what, this present Divine Realm's #1 person, was no joke. Of course, this did not count that person inside. Still behind the black curtain, still so mysterious. Didn't expect that you finally still compromised. You can rest assured the promise that this seat made before is still valid. Zhuge Qingxian said. The other party was silent. Zhuge Qingxian continued, whatever terms your Heaven's Secret Tower have, just put it forward. Kicking Yi Yuan out of the 10 Great Divine Kings this time also made things difficult for you guys. Rest assured, this seat will find an opportunity to kill them. As long as he's erased, naturally no one will dare to question your alteration. Rather than saying Zhuge Qingxian was arrogant and conceited, it was better to say that he showed disdain on the world and was G with confidence. In his view, only he, Zhuge Qingxian, was able to make the incomparably mysterious Heaven's Secret Tower change the 10 Great Divine Kings. It was still silent behind the black curtain. Only after a long time did he slowly said, the alteration this time is because of the heaven-surmounting Divine King. But it's not what you think. The meaning of the words was that you were under the delusion that the other party was willing. Sure enough, Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, what do you mean? The other party said coolly, after a few days, you'll understand. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned black. 10,000 profanities galloped across his heart. This guy harped on these one or two sentences over and over again in a secretive manner. Most importantly, the other party would not give him face no matter what. He originally thought that the change this time was because he wanted to kick Yi Yuan out of the 10 Great Divine Kings. He did not expect that it was not the case at all. Not only was it not, hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like there was even a possibility of going further. This was simply too ridiculous, too repulsive. One had to know that between the 10 Great Divine Kings' 6th and 5th place, there was a considerable gap in strength. Could Yi Yuan still have a possibility of jostling the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, down. The Heaven's Secret Tower had always ranked the 10 great divine kings, according to strength. Could it be that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually had such a great leap? How is this possible? Good. I'll go and kill this boy right now. This seat wants to take a look at how you'll announce the 10 great divine kings this time. Zhuge Qingxian was livid until blue veins throbbed, saying 3 goods in a row. He could not do anything to this mysterious powerhouse. But toward Yi Yuan, he did not have that many misgivings. Done talking, Zhuge Qingxian flicked his sleeves and left. But the mysterious powerhouse did not have the intention of stopping. After Zhuge Qingxian left, another figure came out from inside. If Zhuge Qingxian was here, he would recognize that this person was none other than precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King, Tongyan. The Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of major power, was actually able to show up in the holy city noiselessly and appear in the Heaven's Secret Tower. This mysterious powerhouse's means were truly inconceivable. But at this time, the Spirit Bristle Divine King gave a bow towards that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtains respectfully and said, "Elder Xian, is it really fine to let Zhuge Qingxian go and find Yi Yuan unchecked like so, sup 1/sup? If the world were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked until their eyed. ALS fell out. The Divine Realm's number 2 Divine King was actually so respectful towards a mysterious powerhouse. Going out and saying it, probably body would believe it either. Yi Yuan's strength is greater than you imagine, said the mysterious powerhouse coolly. The Spirit Bristle Divine King was slightly surprised and said, "In that case, Sikong Shang can't escape his doom this time." "Oh, just you wait and see," said the mysterious powerhouse who smiled slightly. Civ waves stirred up in the Spirit Bristle Divine King's heart. When he and Yi Yuan parted, Yi Yuan could not even take a single move from Zhuge Qingxian. Just how long had it been? Could it be that Yi Yuan already grew to the extent where it was enough to cut down the Darkness Divine King? This boy was truly too monstrous, right? You guys look, that young man seems to be Yi Yuan. It really is. It's already been 10 years, right? At that time, heard that he died in the heavenly slaughter pit. Didn't expect that he actually showed up in the Azura Arena again. Back then, Yi Yuan's name shook the Azura Arena. The 12 exalts, each and every one was all vying to have him. His strength is too formidable. Back then, when activating Azura mode, he actually succeeded in the challenge. This had never been done by anyone for tens of thousands of years. Oh, right. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced that the 6th Divine King is also called Yi Yuan. It wouldn't be him, right? Haha, you really come up with the wildest fantasy. When Yi Yuan came in at that time, he was merely a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. Now, only 10 years have gone by. Even if his talent was any greater, it's also not possible to be so monstrous, right? Back then, Yi Yuan swept across the Azura Arena, especially activating suicide mode. It attracted large groups of martial artists to surround and watch. Those people still had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan entered the Azura Arena, he was recognized by some meddlesome people. It was just that, in their view, this Yi Yuan just had a duplicate name with the heaven-surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan. In 10 years' time, a Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouse growing to join the 10 great Divine Kings. This was something totally impossible to happen. But even so, it did not hinder their feelings of wars. I plus P in fear towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token in his hands. Entering the Azura Arena naturally did not pose any problems. He found a martial artist whose strength was decent and went up to ask, "Let me ask you, is the Demon King and Tan Si still at the Azura Arena now?" Back then, Yi Yuan left in a hurry and could be said to have fled in panic and did not bring them away. Now that 10 years had passed, said, Yi Yuan naturally had to find these few acquaintances when returning to the Azura Arena. It was just that upon Yi Yuan's query, that martial artist's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said in a cold voice, "Speak. How are they?" Yi Yuan's grand completion slaughter concept opened up fully. That martial artist felt like he was already almost going into shock. I'll talk. The Demon King left the Azura arena not long after you left. As for Tan Si, he died. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Who killed him?" Although Yi Yuan and Tan Si did not have a deep friends. I plus P, he served as his guide for a period of time at any rate. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually killed. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? It was Exalt Coldblood. That person said, "Weren't Exalts unable to make a move against people below?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Why, Your Excellency, back then after you left, Tan Si soared rapidly all the way, rising to the position of an Exalt. But on the first day he became an Exalt, he was killed by Exalt Coldblood," said that martial artist. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing murderous intent. What a terrific Coldblood. It looks like we have to settle this score properly today, Yi Yuan said coldly. Chapter 1198. Kneel or not kneel? Chapter 1198. Kneel or not kneel? Boom. Azura City's 6th level, a pavilion directly had half of it smashed by Yi Yuan with one palm. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Who did it? Who dares to act wildly at my Coldblood pavilion? Are you tired of living? Who the H-E-L did it? Get out here for your father. Don't you know that the Coldblood pavilion is S-H-I plus L by Exalt Coldblood? Who the H-E-L is so brave? A group of people ate a stomach full of dust and came out of the pavilion cussing away, very arrogantly. Coldblood was the number 2 Exalt right now, his status second only to Exalt Netherkill. Therefore, his men under his command were very arrogant too. Practically body dared to provoke. 10 years said, Coldblood groomed another large batch of phaseless realm experts under him, roaming the 6th level without any scruples. A young man, holding a tablet in his hand, slowly came in front of everyone. Starting from now, all the way until Coldblood comes, you guys all have to count out to my friend nonstop. Make it loud. If this young master can't hear the sound, I'll make a flower bloom on your heads, Yi Yuan said coldly. There were probably 100 people that came out from the Coldblood Pavilion. These people were all phaseless realm martial artists. There was even quite a number that was just a step away from Dao Profound. They exchanged a glance, and suddenly startled chortling with laughter. Ha! You're killing your Lord Xiong. In this Azura arena, there has yet to be anybody who dares to speak to our Coldblood Pavilion like this. Where did this boy come from? Are you here to amuse your Lord Xiong? The 6th level martial artists who had seen Yi Yuan before were all dead. These few guys did not know Yi Yuan's terror. Not just them, each and every one of those onlooking martial artists also felt that Yi Yuan was being a joke. He was afraid of scaring away Coldblood and deliberately suppressed his realm to phaseless realm. Therefore, in these people's view, Yi Yuan's action was not much different from seeking death. In the entire Azura arena, only Exalt Netherkill dared to provoke Exalt Coldblood. Whose? H. Plus Pucci. Yi Yuan's finger lightly flicked. A streak of tiny sword energy suddenly burst forth, piercing straight through Lord Xiong's head. Lord Xiong opened his eyes wide. He could not believe it until he died, that this young man before his eyes actually killed him so nonchalantly. Now will you kowtow? Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Piercing cold killing intent instantly filled the entire plaza. Grand completion slaughter concept. With this, everyone was stunned. This unknown youngster actually cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. One had to know that even the 12 Exalts, not one among them has someone who cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. Exalt Netherkill only cultivated to the level of 9 stars and did not reach grand completion. A terrifying killing intent immediately pressured those Coldblood Pavilion's martial artists until they knelt down. Such power was not what they were capable of resisting at all. At this time, They finally knew the disparity between them and Yi Yuan. Although similarly phaseless realm, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Plus, Yi Yuan killed Lord Xiong the moment he came without even blinking. How could they still dare to resist? One by one, they started kowtowing towards Tan Si's tablet. Lord Tan, we were wrong. Lord Tan, if you know about this in the netherworld, let this lord spare us. These people all started to wail tragically, like their parents died, all banging their heads away. It would not do if it did not sound out, this killing G. Oh, D was really too terrifying. Even if these people were guys who were numb from killing people, they would not be foolish enough to treat their lives as a joke. Yi Yuan had lived around here before and knew the rules here. If you wanted to make them submit, you would have to kill until their blood ran cold. Hence, he killed Lord Xiong with ruthless measures the moment he came up, then displayed his strength. They would be very obedient. Yi Yuan knew that the 12 exalts all had their own eyes and ears here. The news over here would reach Cold Blood's ears very soon. Humiliating his subordinates like so, he would definitely come out. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a cold voice arrived high up in the air. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice reached first. Where did this trash come from, to actually dare climb on top of this seat's head? A figure floated down. It was precisely the Cold Blood who he had not seen for many years. The moment Cold Blood landed, he saw the young man across from him, currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Cold Blood's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Yi Yuan, it's actually you." When he saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked at first. After all, the impression that Yi Yuan left on him was seriously too deep. But when he noticed that Yi Yuan was only at the peak phaseless realm, his heart landed. After that, his gaze fell on Tan Si's tablet. A hint of a mocking smile flashed past the corners of his mouth as he said, "Are you here to help this fool take revenge? Hoo-hoo, with just the likes of your 9th level phaseless strength?" To be honest, when he learned that there was someone called Yi Yuan among the 10 great divine kings, he was truly racked with fear and anxiety. But now, when he saw Yi Yuan's realm, he was completely relieved. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Kneel down now and give Tan Si a few kowtows. This young master can give you a chance to end yourself. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death." It was as if Cold Blood heard some hilarious joke, letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Let this seat kowtow? With just the likes of you? Ha! Yi Yuan, you really don't know how the word death is written. You don't think that so many years, this seat's strength has remained stagnant and didn't advance all along, right?" Done talking, Cold Blood's aura released fully and was shockingly 3rd level Dao, profound strength. Yi Yuan smiled and took a step forward. But just this one step, the situation changed drastically. Yi Yuan's aura instantly soared to 1st level Dao profound. But Yi Yuan's aura was not merely the suppression of cultivation realm. His essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, all practically reached the extent of grand completion now. The moment his aura released, it was truly heaven and earth-changing colors because of it. Boom! Just 1st level Dao profound power already utterly overpowered Cold Blood's 3rd level Dao profound. Cold Blood's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually concealed his strength. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step out, his aura rising 10-fold again. Cold Blood discovered to his astonishment that he was actually shackled by Yi Yuan's aura, completely unable to move. He felt as if there was somebody pressing on him from behind, pressing him towards the ground. "Kneel or not kneel," Yi Yuan said coolly. Cold Blood's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Want to make this seat kneel in your next life?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he took another step out. Boom! 3rd level Dao profound. It was only to hear a thud. Cold Blood could not resist anymore, overwhelmed by Yi Yuan until he knelt down. "Kowtow!" Yi Yuan only lightly spat a word out of his mouth, revealing killing intent. Thick fear exuded out of Cold Blood's eyes. He never thought that not only did Yi Yuan conceal his strength, he even concealed so much. The current Yi Yuan was already what he could not even look up to. This strength was too scary. He was originally even counting on Exalt Netherkill to come and save him. But now, he knew that if he still did not kowtow, there was only death. Now, only by waiting for his master to arrive could he be saved. With extreme unwillingness, Cold Blood finally prostrated down. Chapter 1199, The Taste of Despair. Chapter 1199, The Taste of Despair. Yi Yuan's domineeringness shocked everyone. As so strong, just by relying on coercion, he overwhelmed Exalt Coldblood until he knelt down. Yi Yuan, this name seems to be exactly the same as the heaven-surmounting Divine King. He wouldn't be the heaven-surmounting Divine King, right? No way. This Yi Yuan should be that one who rose to fame 10 years ago in the Azura arena. He was merely Heaven Enlightenment realm back then. It's just 10 years' time. How could he possibly become one of the 10 great Divine Kings? People speculated about Yi Yuan's ident. One, tie one after another. But there were still many people who were not willing to believe that this Yi Yuan was the heaven-surmounting Divine King. After all, breaking through from Heaven Enlightenment realm to the boundary of the 10 great Divine Kings within 10 years, this was too exaggerated. 10 great Divine Kings, which one did not reach such heights only after thousands of years of ACC emulation. The chaotic Devil Sea had never been a reasonable place. The high and mighty exalts would also lower their proud heads in front of absolute strength. It was just that barely anyone had that strength. But Yi Yuan had it. Yi Yuan glanced at Tan Si's tablet and secretly sighed as he said, "You and I didn't have a deep friends. I plus P. But I brought you into the fire pit. This farce today, take it as a memorial ceremony for you." Back then, the outside world did not know what happened inside the heavenly slaughter pit at all. Tansy even thought that Yi Yuan met with a mishap inside. He completely did not expect that Cold Blood had long already targeted him. The reason was that he had a close relations. I plus P with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Cold Blood's kowtowing sounds were heavy but rhythmic. No matter what, his face was completely, utterly swept away today. All right, take your own life. Of course, I can give you a chance to challenge me. But you have to be prepared to never reincarnate for all of eternity. Yi Yuan said coolly. The pressure on Cold Blood's body immediately eased up. But the heavy weight in his heart did not ease up in the slightest. The two choices that Yi Yuan gave him were both death. Making him take his own life just like this, he was naturally unwilling. But making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity, he still felt terror. But witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, he knew that he absolutely had no chance of victory. Cold Blood's gaze swiveled all around. He was waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his entire person rousing up. The previous shadow was swept clean. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus 11 figures landed. Cold Blood was overjoyed and said, "Big Brother Netherkill, you finally came." At this time, he felt like his soul was almost leaving his body. The pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Just earlier, he was virtually really going to take his own life. Ha ha, Yi Yuan. So what even if you concealed your strength? With Big Brother Netherkill around, can you overturn the heavens still? Cold Blood said with a wild laugh. At this time, he had the exhilaration of face-slapping. Weren't you making me take my own life? Now I'll see how you posture still. He knew that Netherkill's strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years and already reached 7th level Dao Profound. Furthermore, behind Netherkill was his master. Yi Yuan looked at Cold Blood with an amused look and said smilingly, "If I want to kill you, and oh, body can stop it." Cold Blood laughed loudly and said, "Who doesn't know how to brag?" Yi Yuan, do you really take us 12 exalts to be someone who only knows how to eat rice and do nothing? Back then, in the heavenly slaughter pit, a large group of the 12 exalts died. Now, these 12 exalts clearly change another batch. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Otherwise, what do you think? Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Cold Blood as well and said to Netherkill, have Sikong Shang come. This young master came to return the enmity of a palm. Netherkill said, Master is already on the way over. He says that he needs your divine artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Is that so? Then you let him hurry up. Oh, right, this young master will send you on your way first. Looking at you occupy this bag of skin, this young master feels disgusted. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. A terrifying soul force erupted out. Buzz! Everyone had yet to understand what was going on, and Netherkill already toppled to the ground softly. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, wanting to obliterate a clone of Sikong Shang was seriously too easy. What he wanted was Netherkill's intact corpse. Seeing Netherkill talking to him, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart could not be suppressed anymore and directly erupted. Chi! Yi Yuan's sword finger rose up. The other 10 great exalts turned to dust in a blink of an eye. Cold Blood was completely dumbfounded. The 7th level Dao Profound Netherkill was killed so easily by a divine soul attack. Also, 10 great exalts were obliterated without even drawing their weapons. Just how powerful was the current Yi Yuan? However, Yi Yuan's words stirred up Ma's Civ waves among the crowd. Sikong Shang? I assent this the name of the darkness divine king? Could it be that behind Exalt Netherkill was actually the darkness divine king? Doesn't this mean that the chaotic devil sea is actually the darkness divine king's domain? Yi Yuan said that he wanted to challenge the darkness divine king just now. If he isn't crazy, then he really has this strength. Then he is the heaven-surmounting divine king. The information revealed in Yi Yuan's words messed everyone up. While Cold Blood stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with despair. Heaven-surmounting divine king. Yi Yuan actually really became the heaven-surmounting divine king. Just what kind of a terrifying adversary did I provoke? Thud! Cold Blood directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan and wailed, Heaven-surmounting divine king. It was Cold Blood who failed to recognize Mount Tai even though I had eyes. Your Excellency, be magnanimous and let this lowly one take my own life. I was wrong. Cold Blood knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was seriously too great. As long as Yi Yuan did not agree, he could not accomplish it even if he wanted to die. At this time, he already had no hopes of getting lucky in his heart, and only hoped for a quick death. But this already became a luxury. Yi Yuan said coolly, This young master already gave you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourself. While talking, Yi Yuan held a pale flame up in the palm of his hand. This flame made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. The color on Cold Blood's face instantly faded away clean. Go! Yi Yuan's palm lightly thrust. The cleansing sandal sacred flame directly burned Cold Blood's physical body clean, then wrapped around his divine soul and flew to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and stored Cold Blood's divine soul inside. He would refine Cold Blood's divine soul for 7 by 7, 49 days, finally turning into nothingness, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. The current Cold Blood was merely a minor character to him. The reason why he went through all this trouble was just in order to let Cold Blood experience the taste of despair and use it to memorialize Tan Si's spirit in heaven. Yi Yuan put away Netherkill's fleshly body and Tan Si's tablet. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled and he taunted, Sikong Shang, these lackeys had followed you for a number of years at any rate. You actually passively watched them be killed just like that? Yi Yuan's words made everyone's heart jolt. When did the darkness divine king, Sikong Shang, already arrive? A black silhouette slowly walked out from within the void, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, Just a bunch of ants, inconsequential to this seat. What this seat is more interested in is your divine artifact. Chapter 1200, Coward. Chapter 1200, Coward. The heaven surmounting divine king is challenging the darkness divine king? Is Yi Yuan crazy? Doesn't he know that there's a sieve chasm between the 5th level and 6th level? Looks like they seem to have considerable enmity between them. It seems like entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time, a major conflict happened between the two. Oh, right, didn't the Heaven's Secret Tower said that the 10 great divine kings would have some changes recently? Could it be referring to this showdown between them? The Heaven's Secret Tower is truly too terrifying to actually be able to predict even this sort of thing. Well deserving of Heaven's Secret, these two words. Yi Yuan and Si Kongshang were all set for a showdown, immediately drawing many speculations. The Heaven's Secret Tower was spread throughout the divine realm. Even though the chaotic Devil Sea was relatively out of the way, they also already knew the news that the 10 great divine kings was going to have some changes. The mysterious darkness divine king rarely revealed anything in the divine realm. And, Body knew how formidable his strength was either. But without a doubt, for him to be able to stabilize in 5th place, his strength must be very terrifying. Hearing that Si Kongshang was coveting his divine artifact still, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine artifact is right here. As long as you can kill me, it's all yours. Then this seat will come and take it." Si Kongshang's faint voice sounded out. All of a sudden, the skies turned dark. His voice showed disdain on everything as if there was nothing that he could take notice of at all. Even if Yi Yuan was similarly of the 10 great divine kings, he did not take it to heart at all. The blood-red colored sky was completely shrouded by darkness at this time. Very soon, the surroundings became completely dark, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. At the same time, countless terrified voices accompanied it. I can't see anything. What's going on here? I can't sense the surrounding essence energy anymore. My essence energy is currently rapidly flowing away. Si Kongshang was worthy of the Tli darkness. The moment he made his move, it was as if he was going to plunder everything. These martial artists were unable to see. Furthermore, the surroundings felt like the surrounding essence energy was completely cut off. Not just so, inside this region of dark SPACE, their essence energy was flowing away rapidly, even if they did not employ any martial technique or cultivation method. This style of fighting was simply too unreasonable. In the darkness came Si Kongshang's indifferent voice. This seat knows that you're the newly ascended 6th divine king. But to this seat, it's all the same. The last time, because this seat was in close seclusion in the depths of the heavenly slaughter pit, you were lucky to escape. Didn't expect that this time, you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep to seek death. Then, this seat won't be courteous anymore. Despair and die in this darkness then. Suddenly, a terrifying, devouring force came from inside the darkness. Yi Yuan felt that the essence energy within his body was actually flowing away rapidly. This darkness concept carried the power of divine Tao laws and was capable of devouring everything. All connection between this darkness and outside world was completely cut off. Experiencing the initial panic, those martial artists' emotions finally settled down. They knew that the darkness divine king was not targeting them. Yi Yuan, who was situated in the center of the darkness, should be the one losing all hope at this time. Indeed worthy of being the 5th divine king. This martial technique of the darkness divine king is too unreasonable. Yeah, can't see, can't touch. Essence energy is even being devoured. How to fight still. The heaven surmounting divine king is in danger. He was too reckless to actually dare challenge a divine king ranked in the top 5. Isn't this courting death? Looks like Heaven's Secret Tower's changes this time is to strike Yi Yuan's name off the list. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but because this move of Si Kongshang was too terrifying. And, Body had seen before the darkness divine king attack. But the moment he made his move, it shocked the world. The darkness concept was an extremely difficult to comprehend concept in the first place. For the darkness divine king to be able to comprehend it to such a boundary, it was simply unheard of. Cutting off essence energy was equivalent to severing the martial artist's lifeline. Reaching divine king, this sort of realm, one relied on comprehension towards heavenly Tao and maneuvered heaven and earth essence energy to battle. To a divine king powerhouse, being unable to mobilize heaven and earth essence energy and merely rely on their own essence energy to match powers with the opponent, this was simply no different from courting death. But the darkness divine king cut off all of the essence energy savagely and unreasonably, just like this. Furthermore, this darkness could even hasten the martial artist's essence energy consumption. Under this situation where one party's strength declined while the other's strength increased, there was no way to fight at all. In their view, this move simply had no C, H, I, N, K in the armor. Probably, even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king came, he would have a terrible headache too, right? Time slowly trickled by, but Yi Yuan did not have any movements at all, while the darkness divine king did not seem to be anxious either. He laid low inside the darkness all along and did not make a move. The world seemed to have fallen into deathly stillness. You don't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly, Sikong Shang broke the silence. Why do I have to be worried? Just based on this lousy move of yours? Yi Yuan's words exuded thick mockery. Ho-ho, you're very interesting, different from the people I've killed in the past. Sikong Shang did not get angry and still said calmly. Yi Yuan was silent and only said after a long time, "You killed Yu Wuya and deserve to die. Are you talking about Netherkill?" This boy's talent was pretty good. Being selected by this seat to become a clone was his honor. According to what I know, you shouldn't seem to have any interactions with him? Sikong Shang said very apathetically, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. Yi Yuan fell silent once more. He was utterly infuriated by cold blood, this fellow. But the more enraged he got, the more terrifyingly calm he became. He's considered half a master to me, Yi Yuan said. Like this, huh? No wonder. It's too bad. You're going to follow in his footsteps too. All right, time is almost up. This seat should send you on your way already. Bring out your divine artifact. Otherwise, there won't be a chance anymore, Sikong Shang said indifferently. There's no need for a divine artifact to deal with you. Oh, what a confident young man. Sikong Shang laughed mockingly and brazenly attacked. In the darkness, a large hand smacked over towards Yi Yuan's back noiselessly. The killing intent of this move condensed and did not dissipate. It was no different from an arrow shot from hiding in this darkness because there was not a hint of omen beforehand. Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still had his back faced towards this palm. In the darkness, a hint of a cold smile flashed past the corners of Sikong Shang's mouth. As expected, only knew how to boast. Was it? Swuz. H. Plus suddenly, Sikong Shang's smile froze on his face. His palm struck nothing. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's figure S, H, I, plus feet at an angle bizarrely, and actually narrowly avoided this blow. It must be a fluke. In the darkness, Sikong Shang adjusted the angle and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan once more. However, it missed again. Ho-ho, is the exalted darkness divine king just a coward who sneak attacks people from the back? In the darkness came Yi Yuan's mocking words. With this, Sikong Shang finally knew that this was not a fluke. Yi Yuan really knew where he unleashed his palm from. You can perceive me? In Sikong Shang's words, they carried thick uncertainty. This darkness was absolute darkness. Could not see any light at all. And Sikong Shang's figure could merge perfectly into this darkness. Forget about eyes. Even perception was unable to discover him too. Yet Yi Yuan could. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune, what do you think? Yi Yuan's words were filled with thick ridicule. This martial technique of Sikong Shang's that resembled the power of domain was indeed incomparably powerful. It was too bad that his opponent was Yi Yuan. Grand Completion Heart Realm made Yi Yuan's perception powers far exceed ordinary people. The sun-moon heavenly pupil even let Yi Yuan possess unparalleled ocular powers. Sikong Shang A.S. summed a serious attitude towards the matter. But in Yi Yuan's view, he was just a clown jumping around. This limitless darkness was not much different from daytime in front of Yi Yuan. This darkness just cut off essence energy, but was unable to cut off natural laws. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not affected. Terrific, lad. Indeed, you have some capabilities. It was this seat who underestimated you. Sikong Shang was extremely shocked and furious. As the most mysterious existence among the 10 great divine kings, he normally rarely made a move. But he had full confidence in his own strength. He did not expect that he was actually made such a joke of by a junior. Is that so? I overestimated you. I even thought how formidable the 5th divine king was. Didn't expect that. You were too weak to stand up to the compet. One time, Yi Yuan said coolly. One sentence made Sikong Shang's face somber to the extreme. Brat, don't talk too big when boasting. Careful, the wind might sprain your tongue. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Want to sprain this young master's tongue, you got to bring out a bit of true capabilities. Since you're so anxious to seek death, then this seat will fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, Sikong Shang's expression turned cold, and a palm smacked out from within the darkness. Terrifying killing intent instantly swept across the entire S.P.A.C. This palm force seemed to want to shatter this S.P.A.C. Abyss Netherworld palm. The hint of a light smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he opened his mouth and said, That's a bit more interesting. As expected, your slaughter concept isn't for show. This palm is powerful enough. Conceited brat, prepare to die. Sikong Shang was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. This palm, Sikong Shang went all out. Berserk slaughter concept made the S.P.A.C. start to tremble. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The power of his fleshy body instantly erupted, his entire body taking on a golden color. 9 transformations, golden body. The Yi Yuan who had been taciturn all along finally erupted. The current Yi Yuan was just like the rising sun, lighting up the dark night. Those martial artists looked at Yi Yuan in the sky, akin to the reincarnation of A.G.O.D. or Buddha, his body exuding the aura of beholding a great mountain from top to bottom. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually be able to break the darkness divine king's silent extermination domain. So strong. Why do I actually have a feeling of blood boiling with righteous indignation when I see the heaven-surmounting divine king's martial technique? What a fine heaven-surmounting divine king. This is really going to ride above the 9th heaven. Yi Yuan's berserk aura made everyone's face change drastically. Turns out that up till now, the heaven-surmounting divine king did not truly bring out his strength at all. This was the true heaven-surmounting divine king. 9 transformations, golden body. How is this possible? Those people did not recognize the 9 transformations golden body, but Sikong Shang recognized it. In his understanding, this was simply not what a Tier 9 martial artist should be capable of possessing. Hence, this shock was by no means insignificant. However, the arrow was already fitted onto the string and already had no choice but to release it. His momentum was already formed and could only forcefully clash this blow with Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Likewise, smacking a palm out, Yi Yuan was the midday sun high up in the sky, while Sikong Shang was cold like the underworld. 2 extremely great contrast auras collided together intensely. Rumble. The entire S.P.A.C. was quivering. A terrifying energy undulation instantly spread out, reducing the Azura Arena's 6th level's S.P.A.C. to fragments. The Darkness Divine King's silent extermination domain shattering. The sky returned to that blood-red color again. Sikong Shang's blood sprayed across the sky, his figure flying out backward like a cannonball. this frontal exchange, the heavens surmounting divine king won completely. Quickly run. The Azura arena is crumbling. The heavens surmounting divine king is too scary. Even the darkness divine king is actually not a match. His strength can absolutely rank into the top 5 already. Truly too inconceivable. It's just been a few months, and the heavens surmounting divine king actually already grew to such a level. Those martial artists shouted in great terror as they run away. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and Sikong Shang's abyss netherworld palm were both presently the divine realm's apex cultivation methods. The collision of two great martial techniques. The power was too terrifying, directly destroying this S.P. AC made up of array formations. The formation foundation was already ruined. The Azura arena looked as if it was going to collapse already. However, this clash, the relative superiority and inferiority were already clear at a glance. Heaven surmounting divine king Yi Yuan's strength already Serpa. Said the darkness divine king. Swoosh. Sikong Shang's figure shot up to the sky, turning into a black arc and flying above the skies. The darkness divine king took flight, but the direction he escaped in was diametrically opposite to the others. It was actually in the direction of the heavenly slaughter pit. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The art of greater teleportation was instantly displayed, chasing after. Boy, don't push people too far. Sikong Shang's voice held panic. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You cruelly oppressed the common folks, killed my respected teacher, and also the enmity of a palm. No matter which one, you have to die beyond a doubt today. Dam, brat. Do you really take this seat to be easy to bully?" When Sikong Shang saw Yi Yuan hot at his heels, he gave a palm with a swing of his hand. But a hasty palm did not pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Rather, Yi Yuan sent out a Fury Sword Fire Lotus with a backhand, striking Sikong Shang without any deviation. Ark! A tragic cry transmitted over. Sikong Shang's aura immediately lost considerable vigor. Yi Yuan directly arrived beside Sikong Shang with greater teleportation. He was just planning on supplementing a slash and sending Sikong Shang to the Western Paradise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's warning bells sounded. A horrifying energy spurted out. That Sikong Shang actually directly exploded. This explosion's power was actually not beneath Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was too close to Sikong Shang at this time. The power of this explosion practically detonated instantly. Yi Yuan's body was directly blasted flying out. Poo work. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated 10,000 feet away before barely managing to hold steady. That attack, just now, took him by surprise. If it were others, they would probably be blasted until a corpse did not exist already. Right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up fully. The black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, coupled with his powerful physical body, before he barely managed to pull through. Even so, Yi Yuan became a blood person from head to toe at this time too. A lesser part of Yi Yuan's body was practically blown away. It looked incomparably grotesque. A black figure flew up in the sky and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Sikong Shang? I didn't think that you were actually able to survive under this explosion rune that contains divine Tao laws. Truly remarkable. Sikong Shang said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said coldly, "It was this young master who was careless. You've operated in this chaotic devil sea for a long time, so how can your clone only be Yuya alone?" Sikong Shang smiled and said, "Oh, smart. That Yuya was merely a clone that this seat used to manage the Azura arena. My true clones have exactly the same aura as this seat. It is difficult to distinguish the true and the false. Even though this seat is known as the Darkness Divine King, my true ace in the hole is this explosion rune. Now, this seat will send you on your way." Chapter 12:02. A change that drove people crazy. Chapter 12:02. A change that drove people crazy at this time. Yi Yuan's left arm was practically blown away. His body dripped with blood. Injuries looked very severe. For Divine King realm martial artists, this degree of injuries was very serious too. Even though they could regrow severed limbs, the price expended was not small either. At the very least, under the circumstances of such severe injuries, there was absolutely no way to escape from Sikong Shang's hands. Looks like this is the strongest trick. Then, it's time to send you on your way, said Yi Yuan coolly, who was totally oblivious towards the injuries on his body. Sikong Shang grinned hideously and said, "You're already wounded until like this, and you still dare to utter this sort of big talk? Boy, I have to hand it to you. Your ambition is very big. Are you talking about this injury? Hoo-hoo, it isn't considered much to me," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Ha ha, not considered much." Sikong Shang's smile suddenly froze, his eyes, staring like wide saucers, looking at everything before his eyes in disbelief, resulting in the tone of the second half of his sentence changing. Yi Yuan's left arm actually grew out just like that. Not just so, the wounds that his explosion caused were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Sikong Shang did not quite dare to believe his eyes. This recovery ability was simply too freakies. Plus, this is too fake, right? Could it be that the heaven-surmounting divine king possesses an undying body? Such horrifying injuries, if it were others, they would probably croak straight away, right? He actually directly recovered. Too unreasonable. How to fight still. Immensely powerful offensive power, startling defensive power, freakish recovery ability. There's simply no weakness to exploit here. No wonder Yi Yuan was Tled as heaven-surmounting divine king. I feel that no other Tli is more suitable for him than this. This scene made everyone stunned. Yi Yuan sustaining serious injuries. They all thought that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that the next instant, such a dramatic scene occurred. The current Yi Yuan was alive and kicking. How did he look like someone who was injured before? Ever since Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul and comprehended the tyrant dragon regeneration art, wanting to kill him was really not an easy matter. Unless one's strength was far greater than his, utterly destroying his vital parts straight away. Otherwise, it was just a matter of minutes for him to recover. The price was just losing some blood essence. But this kind of expenditure was not considered a serious impairment to Yi Yuan. Even though the expenditure for using this move is quite large, dealing with you, it seems like there's only using this move too. Yi Yuan was rather helpless. He was indeed not very willing to use the voice of the Dragon God. This move's consumption was too great. The last time, he only used the time of 3 breaths, and he lay on the bed for a month. Even if it was just using 2 breaths of time, it was extremely awful for Yi Yuan too. While this martial technique was strong, it was really not what the average person could use. Sikong Shang's expression changed, instinctively sensing that things were not good. He did not expect that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was actually not even Yi Yuan's limit. Yi Yuan actually had an even stronger killing move. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, Sikong Shang made a run for it. Except, how could his speed be faster than the voice of the dragon God? Roar! A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds instantly sounded throughout the entire sky. The figure of Sikong Shang's that was currently fleeing abruptly stopped. Ark! A shrill and miserably cry emitted out of Sikong Shang's mouth. He already used his strongest essence energy to resist this sound wave attack. Yet, all of these were futile. After 2 breaths, Sikong Shang's body was directly crushed into minced meat with a bang. Yi Yuan slowly landed from the air. He was no longer able to hold his body up. 2 breaths of time. Even though he did not collapse like the last time, it also squeezed his physical strength dry until not a trace remained. At this very moment, He did not wish to even lift a finger. He just wanted to have a good sleep. "Big brother, are you all right?" Fiery appeared at the right moment and supported Yi Yuan, then stuffed a medicinal pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. Ever since the situation last time occurred, Yi Yuan naturally had to prepare some physical strength restoring medicinal pills. But right now, 2 breaths of time were still a rather taxing load on him. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "You look at my appearance, can I be fine? I even thought that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm should be sufficient to deal with him. I didn't think that I still have to use this move in the end." Fiery smiled and said, "That was the 5th Divine King. Big brother, you're going to cause a stir in the entire divine realm again with this." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't wish to cause a sensation in the divine realm, but that heaven's secret tower seems to really be quite extraordinary." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws, feeling that everything before their eyes was not too real. The Darkness Divine King really died? My eyesight isn't failing me, right? Quick, pinch me, ouch. You really pinched. I freaking not dreaming. The 5th Divine King really died. The 10 great Divine Kings lived in peace with each other for 2,000 years. Didn't expect that. One actually perished just like this today. Furthermore, it's even the 5th Divine King. Turns out that the change the Heaven's Secret Tower was talking about was actually like this. Slightly prior to this, the Heaven's Secret Tower issued the new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings. The entire divine realm was instantly set on fire, especially the Holy City. It simply seethed with excitement. Yi Yuan's ranked 4th. He actually directly advanced 2 places, ranking in front of the sole martial Divine King. Who can tell me what in the world happened? Where's the Darkness Divine King? Why is the Darkness Divine King gone? What the hell? Is this Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking being funny? The single core Divine King came back again. It's just that this time, he's ranked at the 10th place. The Violet Extreme Divine King and the other few Divine Kings all advanced a place in order. Could it be that the Darkness Divine King, impossible. That's the 5th Divine King. Who could kill him? Even if he can't beat the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, he can always run, right? Who can tell me what in the world happened? The discussion regarding the 10 great Divine Kings gave rise to much discussion. However, the Heaven's Secret Tower did not give any response. They just announced the new issue of the 10 Great Divine Kings, then did not give any explanations. Why in the world the Darkness Divine King was gone? Nobody knew either. The Heaven's Secret Tower's actions simply drove everyone crazy. Each and every one of them felt like cats were scratching in their hearts, desperately wanting to know the reason involved, even though this had nothing to do with them at all. But a gossiping heart could not be dispensed off no matter where. Hence, some important wealthy people and also some family clans with deep foundations started buying information from the Heaven's Secret Tower. This information made the Heaven's Secret Tower scoop up a massive profit. However, the intel was still being kept secret, because the condition for the Heaven's Secret Tower to sell the intel was not allowing the information to be disseminated out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Although the Heaven's Secret Tower had never taken action outside before, nobody doubted its might, because the Holy City had already existed for D knows how many years, while the Heaven's Secret Tower merely existed for 2,000 years. The Heaven's Secret Tower domineeringly ventured in, but did not arouse the Holy City's kickback. This, in itself, indicated many problems. Chapter 1203, Kanoa. Chapter 1203, Kanoa. Divine Martial Hall, dark and gloomy. Waves of terrifying aura leaked out from the depths of the Great Hall, giving people a feeling of palpitation. Old Witch, you didn't listen to this D's words. Suffered a huge loss this time, right? A cold voice transmitted over, the words carrying thick, gloating over others' misfortune. At this time, a cold and stern voice came over. Humph! Stop making sarcastic remarks over there. Don't think that this holy mother doesn't know what you're planning. These two people were shockingly the two great heavenly fiends G. Oh, DS, Kanua, and UG. Haha. Now that it played out like this, don't you understand yet? The two of us are originally this immortal Grove region's aberrant life forms and are rejected by heavenly Tao. Hence, that's why we suffered repeated defeats. Kanua said, Sup, 1/Sup. So what? Just based on these bunch of rookies from the immortal Grove region, can they kill us too? UG said, Ah, you old witch, you're really forgetful. Didn't you almost turn to ashes this time? Kanua said, Old thing, are you seeking death? UG's expression turned coldly and still had some lingering fear in her heart. That voice of the dragon G, oh, D from Yi Yuan almost shocked her until her soul disintegrated. Don't try that stuff with this G-O-D. In your state, what can you still do to this seat? But this G, oh, D is really quite surprised. Yi Yuan, that brat, actually learned the long-lost voice of the dragon G, oh, D. Looks like the momentum of his rise already cannot be stopped. Kanua actually said with a slight sigh, Humph, you fool, bustled about for so many years. Didn't it still make a wedding dress for him in vain? To actually have the face to talk about me. UG said with cold mockery, What do you know? If this G, oh, D recovers to peak strength, I naturally wouldn't fear them. But the human race has that old guy who's opposing this G, oh, D in all aspects. Once I give myself away, this seats these years of effort will really be cast to the winds. Kanua said in a solemn voice. UG was startled when she heard that and said, The current human race still has such a major power? Yeah, otherwise, what do you think? That old guy formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which enlisted the services of quite a number of experts. Those 10 great divine kings, there's half that was fostered by him. These people have all comprehended divine Tao laws, and their strength cannot be underestimated, let alone himself, Kanua said. UG's expression changed, and she said, Then, what should we do now? Give me the fiend's source bead. Kanua said, You're dreaming. UG said with a cold expression. In this G, oh, D's current state, the worst outcome is being sealed once again too. Furthermore, I still have several peerlessly fine cards that can be played against Yi Yuan in my hands. But if you're found by Yi Yuan, that's a one-way ticket to HELL. Do you think that you have any choice? Kanua said with a cold smile. UG's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, she still gritted her teeth, opened her mouth, and spat out a black color bead. This bead was black throughout. But the moment it appeared, fiendish energy surged to the sky, as if it had the aura to devour heaven and earth. In the darkness, a large hand suddenly reached out, directly grabbing the fiend source bead in his hand. Following that, Kanua let out a loud laugh and said, Ha ha, heavenly fiend G. Oh, D artifact, fiend source bead. With it, even if this C isn't able to recover to peak strength, I'll have 70% strength too. Who can stop me in this divine realm? Old thing, Yi Yuan, this time, this G, oh, D will let you know the taste of fear. Ha ha ha. UG's expression was rather ugly. This fiend source bead was the fiend race's heavenly fiend G. Oh, D artifact. Its power was boundless. Handing it over now, she could only depend on Kanua. In the depths of the great hall, there was a massive blood pool. In the blood pool, a young man was soaking in it, leaving only a head outside. This man's looks were handsome, looking to be of similar age with Yi Yuan, no different from humans. Above the blood pool, countless red beads were suspended. These beads were precisely the 58,000 blood soul beads that G. Kanglin collected. The young man suddenly opened his mouth and said, Blood soul fiend establish. H.I. plus in Grand Array activate. All of a sudden, 58,000 suspended blood beads radiated with a brilliant bloodlight, looking breathtaking. A terrifying sanguinary power shot straight for the clouds, thoroughly enveloping the young man inside. A month later, A burst of terrifying laughter came from inside the divine martial hall. Ha ha! When this D comes into being, I'll see which one of you can stop me this time. The essence energy storm gradually disappeared. Yi Yuan's essence energy finally calmed down. Congratulations, big brother, for finally entering Divine King Realm. Fiery said excitedly by the side. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that, and said, Originally, Essence Energy Realm was the easiest to improve for me. I didn't expect that after so many years, I was actually held back by Essence Energy Realm. Reincarnating, your lucky chances were too heaven-defying, resulting in Essence Energy Realm seeming slow instead. Actually, even if you're an alchemy emperor reincarnating, to be able to reach the Divine King Realm in such a short time, it's already very heaven-defying. By the side, Long Tong had a laugh. Killing the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity to break through to the Divine King Realm. After a few days of ACCU, emulation, he finally broke through to the Divine King Realm. Regarding Essence Energy Realm, the Divine King Realm was another level. With the support of Divine King Realm Essence Energy, Yi Yuan's martial techniques would be able to unleash even greater might. Actually, to talk about the Fury Sword Fire Lotus and Divine Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, which one was stronger or weaker, it was not easy to judge. It was just that Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Realm had stopped at 8th level Dao Profound all along. Hence, Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power appeared relatively weak. Now that he broke through to Divine King Realm, not only did Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power increase greatly, his domain of sword, greater teleportation, and other skills would have a qualitative leap. Your Excellency, these few days, you've been in close seclusion all along and probably don't know yet. You're already the 4th Divine King now. Meng Guang had an excited look. It was as if the 4th Divine King was him. When he killed Sikong Shang, Yi Yuan put him away inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, these few days, he had constantly been inquiring news in the Azure Arena. But this news was undoubtedly the heaviest weight. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly stupefied when he heard and said, Just 4th. Everyone's expressions choked up. It was just a few months and you already rushed from 6th to 4th. Could it be that you are not satisfied yet? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Looks like I still underestimated Zhuge Qingxian, the 3 of their strengths. Although the voice of the Dragon D is strong, they just have to resist for 3 breaths of time, and I can only let people slaughter me at will. Only when everyone heard did they come to a realization. However, the power of the voice of the Dragon D was indeed too terrifying. If Yi Yuan could support it to up 10 breaths of time, it was basically enough to sweep across the divine realm. The voice of the Dragon D sound wave attack, following the Pa-S, Sing of Time, would make the power become even more terrifying as the sound waves stacked layer upon layer. It was just a shame that Yi Yuan could at most only support 3 breaths of time. All right, it's almost time. We should go back. Probably before long, the fiend calamity will be erupting. This period of time, we still have to prepare a little, Yi Yuan said. The group of people finally returned to the Dragon Clan after a few twists and turns. However, the scene before his eyes made Yi Yuan's hair stand on end with anger. Chapter 1204, Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Chapter 1204, Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Roar, rumble. Thunderous dragon roars were mixed with earth-shaking loud booms. One human and one dragon were currently having a great battle above the Dragon Clan. That dragon was just an illusionary phantom and not a genuine Azure Dragon. But it was the spirit of the Azure Dragon. The spirit of the Azure Dragon summoned by the constellation Gran Array, while the other figure was none other than precisely the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, who rushed over from the Holy City. Zhuge Qingxuan's divine might was truly unparalleled. That terrifying Azure Dragon spirit was actually being overpowered by him, looking as if it was going to be defeated. The Dragon Clan's members did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance, all staring at the battle situation, with tense looks on their faces. This was their final reliance. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian knocked the azure dragon spirit far away with a palm. Standing with his hands behind his back, he snorted coldly and said, "If you still don't hand over Yi Yuan, this seat will exterminate your Azure Dragon Clan today." The current Zhuge Qingxian was truly insufferably arrogant. The Dragon Clan's clan members all had looks of despair at this time. This heaven-stabilizing divine king is too strong. So many peak, void, mystic powerhouses attacked together, and were all still defeated by him. Dead this time, our Dragon Clan wouldn't really be exterminated by him, right? It's all that Yi Yuan, really capable of causing trouble. If not for him, how could it bring down the heaven-stabilizing divine king to here? At the juncture of life and death, there were quite a number of people who pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan. After all, to them, Yi Yuan, this dragon lord, was still very foreign. Shut your mouths for this old man. Keep talking nonsense that this old man will exterminate you first. How can the things that Dragon Lord is shouldering be what you guys are capable of surmising? Ao Yong snapped. Yu Mengli heaved a sigh and said, "Grand Elder, now that it came to this, everyone's emotions will inevitably lose control. You don't need to get angry because of this." Ao Yong shot a fierce glare at that clansman and said with a cold snort, "All shut up for this old man. The Dragon Lord is the Dragon Clan's common lord. If there are still words that besmirch your superiors, this old man will punish severely." When those clansmen saw Grand Elder demonstrate his power like so, each and every one of them sensibly kept their mouths shut and did not speak anymore. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly, "Looks like you guys won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to ma? Sacre you all, is that it?" Hua! Zhuge Qingxian pointed a finger out. Heaven and earth changed color because of it. The essence energy in the area tens of thousands of miles around gathered onto Zhuge Qingxuan's finger frenziedly, condensing and not dissipating. Seeing such power, everyone's expression changed greatly. Even that Azure Dragon spirit seemed to have sensed an immense threat too, and actually did not dare to come forward anymore. This is the legendary Profound Calamity Finger, one of the heaven-stabilizing Divine King's trump cards. Looks like his determination to kill the Dragon Lord is unshakable. Ao Yong's expression was incomparably ugly as he said this. This finger is so terrifying. It hasn't released yet, and I already have a feeling of asphyxia near death. The Azure Dragon spirit likely can't resist anymore. Ao Qian's expression changed greatly. Zhuge Qingxuan's might, they had all heard of it, but only when they experienced it personally now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing Divine King was even more powerful than in the legends. He had the ability to destroy the entire Dragon Clan with his power alone. This kind of strength was simply appalling to hear. Zhuge Qingxuan's robes fluttered, his entire person akin to a celestial. The air of an expert was displayed in its entirety, fully deserving of the plea of heaven-stabilizing Divine King. Profound Calamity Finger, exterminate for me. Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold shout. Pointing a finger out, the winds and clouds immediately changed color. In the Dragon Clan, everyone's faces were white as a sheet. Once this finger landed, who knew how many people it would kill? Just then, Yi Yuan rushed over and saw this heaven-shocking finger of Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan only had time to sweep a glance with his peripherals, only to see the Dragon Clan's members all covered with wounds, including Yu Mengli and Lu Er. Yi Yuan's alarm and rage rose together. A surge of rage flared up. Virtually without thinking, Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation, then unleashed a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm in anger. However, what made everyone surprised was that another terrifying attack rose up inside the Dragon Clan. Big Brother Yuan. Young master, it's dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Our dragon clan's divine rank martial technique. Dragon traversing the ninth heaven. That is the Dragon Lord's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The Dragon Lord came back. Ha ha, we're saved. Two dragon race divine rank martial techniques that did not lose out to the profound calamity finger were unleashed at the same time from two different directions, directly intercepting the profound calamity finger. The heaven stabilizing divine king, who originally looked down scornfully at everything. His expression changed drastically at this time. These two terrifying attacks appeared too suddenly that even he did not react to it either. Rumble. A terrifying energy undulation spread out, sending the Dragon Clan's powerhouses flying. Zhuge Qingxian was the closest to it, being slammed by two surges of tremendous force. His internal organs immediately received a tremendous shock, immediately tasting sweetness at his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Originally, this move of his was prepared to exterminate the Azure Dragon Spirit and slaughter the Dragon Clan's powerhouses. He did not expect that in the end. It was actually him who suffered a hidden loss. Regarding that attack, which rumbled out from the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. But he felt relieved very quickly. Tung Yun said before, there was still a peerless powerhouse concealed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that nothing was revealed. Earlier, the Dragon Clan reached a critical moment. He finally could not resist making a move. Looks like the matter of the Dragon Clan having a reclusive powerhouse. Even the heaven-stabilizing Divine King did not know either. Otherwise, he absolutely would not come to the Dragon Clan to raise a hue and cry so recklessly. Yi Yuan did not expect that Tung Yun actually knew the matter of this peerless powerhouse so clearly. Judging from that dragon traversing the ninth heaven move, the power was not the slightest bit inferior to his own coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It turned out that the one who grasped divine rank dragon wave was not just him alone in this world. It was just that, a body had seen it before, that was all. No wonder Tung Yun said that even he did not dare to easily provoke the Dragon Clan, this existence. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian faced off in the air, cold gazes meeting with unspeakable rage. Zhuge Qingxian, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent and was bone-piercingly cold. Being questioned by Yi Yuan, Zhuge Qingxian could not help being tongue-tied for a moment. He came to the Dragon Clan in an imposing manner to kill Yi Yuan. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to this degree already. That coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, disregarding the dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Although the power could not match his profound calamity finger, it was not much worse off than him either. Now, he suffered a hidden loss, his internal organs receiving a shock. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was virtually impossible. Except, what he did not know was that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused toward him. If not for the Azure Dragon spirit resisting, Zhuge Qingxian would probably have already charged into the Dragon Clan. If not for the Dragon Clan still having a powerhouse, most likely, Lier and Luer would have been killed by him as well. This guy was so arrogant. How could Yi Yuan not have killing intent aroused? Seeing Yi Yuan's murderous look, the corners of Zhuge Qingxian's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted, "What? You wouldn't be thinking of killing me still, right?" "Can I?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question icily. "Oh, what a joke. Truly a colossal joke. Just now, if not for this seat being momentarily careless, do you think that you could hurt me? Bragging got to have a limit too," Zhuge Qingxian said mockingly. Chapter 12:05. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Chapter 12:05. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Is that so? What if you add me? A figure appeared, trapping Zhuge Qingxian with a pincering momentum with Yi Yuan. Zhuge Qingxian was bold, stemming from superb skills too. Even though he suffered injuries, he did not have the slightest intention of escaping. His air of an expert was displayed in its entirety. He did not think that this divine realm really had someone who could make him stay. But when he saw the Dragon Clan's arrival, His expression changed too. Long Min, you're actually not dead yet. This Long Min was the Dragon Clan's previous generation patriarch. Many years ago, he said the position to Ao Duo, then secluded himself. Everyone in the world all thought that Long Min already died. They did not expect that not only was he still alive in this world, but his strength was also this powerful. Long Min pays respect to Dragon Lord. Long Min first gave a bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still nodded his head. This was considered to have returned the salute. Thanks to heaven stabilizing divine king's blessings, I'm still lingering on with this last breath of life until today. It's just that heaven stabilizing divine king's actions today, isn't it bullying people too much? Long Min turned to Zhuge Qingxian and said. Zhuge Qingxian had a calm and collected look as he said coolly, this seat wanted them to hand over Yi Yuan, but they refused no matter what. That's why this seat took action. Long Min said, the heaven-surmounting divine king is my Dragon Clan's common lord. Even this elderly self have to respectfully call him Dragon Lord. Aren't you making things difficult by having us hand him over? Hey, old man, you're so unreasonable. We already said that young master wasn't at the Dragon Clan, yet you insist on us handing over the person. Where we find a handover for you? Luer suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. A cold light glinted in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Separated so far away, Luer was also akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. What did you say? Zhuge Qingxian said word by word. Luer's words made Zhuge Qingxuan's blue veins throb, his anger flaring up with a wham. He, Zhuge Qingxian, boasted of his casual and elegant bearing. At present, his age was also merely over 3,000 years and did not appear old. He did not even count as middle-aged. But this little S actually called him an old man. Yi Yuan was originally burning with fury. At this time, he was tickled by Luer until he secretly laughed in his heart too. This S did not have any thought in mind and randomly shouted, but it poked right at Zhuge Qingxuan's sore spot. His aura released slightly, warding off Zhuge Qingxuan's aura, and he said nonchalantly, Luer is merely 30 over years of age. Is there any problem with calling you an old man? You're already getting on in years, still pretending to be young for what? Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Now it's us youngsters' world. You look, Senior Long Min is a wise man who understands the time. He had long relinquished his position. At your ripe old age, shouldn't you hand over your position in the holy city too, and be a grand elder or something? Wouldn't it be splendid? Each word that Yi Yuan said, Zhuge Qingxuan's face would become a shade darker. When Long Min saw this scene, he could not help smiling. Not only was this Dragon Lord's martial strength formidable, but his verbal skills were also similarly powerful. But Zhuge Qingxian just really had nothing to say. Even if Yi Yuan's 2 lifetimes were added together, it was also merely 500+ years old. At the very most, it was also just a fraction of Zhuge Qingxuan's. Even though the two people were both peerless geniuses, when put together to compare, Zhuge Qingxian paled in comparison. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used a short few months' time and rushed to number 4 of the 10 great divine kings. Given time, Serpa sing Zhuge Qingxian was also nothing difficult. And this was precisely the most painful spot in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart. Otherwise, why would he take up arms and come to find trouble with Yi Yuan, the divine realm's number 1 that he maintained for 2,000 years? Somebody was finally going to issue a challenge to him, even though Yi Yuan had no interest in this at all. The reason why he said so was entirely just to repulse Zhuge Qingxian. Right now, he was a million times unhappy looking at Zhuge Qingxian. However, Yi Yuan's words also repulsed Zhuge Qingxian until it was enough for him to choke on. Whatever Yi Yuan said to abdicate his position, even if he wanted to, there had to be someone to come and take over too. The Purple Gold Hall's elites were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan alone. This guy must be doing it on purpose. When Yu Mengli saw this scene, she could not help smiled and said, Luer, your words were unintentional, but Big Brother Yuan's words anger people to death. Luer had a blank look and said, "Did I say something wrong?" "Oh, Miss Luer is innocent and childlike, and you didn't say anything wrong. Isn't that heaven-stabilizing divine, king, an old man?" "Ha! Ha ha!" Ao Yong also could not resist laughing. Luer still had a vacant look, completely did not know what everybody was laughing at. She had too little experience. These few years, the majority of the time was on cultivation and sleeping. She was basically isolated from the outside world. Hence, even though she was already 30 over years old, her mentality was still not much different from a teenage girl. Zhuge Qingxuan's perception was a stonies. I plusing. How could he not know that the Dragon Clan's members were all mocking him? The always calm and collected heaven-stabilizing divine king had blue veins throbbing at this time, rage already burning all over his body. "Yi Yuan, do you really take this seat's whiskers to be easy to stroke?" Zhuge Qingxuan's aura surged to the skies. Even when Long Min saw, his expression changed slightly too. Clearly, he did not expect that Zhuge Qingxian actually still held back strength previously. However, Yi Yuan had a look of indifference and said coolly, "Just you are considered a tiger too? In my view, you're also just a little cat. Come, kitty meow for me to hear." But this time, No body could laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's aura was too terrifying. The faces of the Dragon Clan's members all changed greatly. They were really frightened by Zhuge Qingxuan's aura. It's so strong. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king hasn't brought out his true strength all along until now. Sigh, Dragon Lord, His Excellency is too ras. Plus these words sound liberating, but with this, it isn't easy to settle. This, Dragon Lord, His Excellency, and Old Patriarch Long Min, the two people, I wonder if they can block this blow or not. Long Min's expression was solemn, and he reminded Yi Yuan, "Be careful, Dragon Lord." But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Old Patriarch, you back off first. Wait until I and this kitty fight it out until we both wear each other out. Then you come over and kill him." While talking, Yi Yuan's tone also turned cold. This heaven-stabilizing divine king already touched his bottom line. He decided that he was going to kill this guy, even at risk of sustaining serious injuries. Long Min's expression changed when he heard that, but was rather uncertain what it meant. But when he saw the murderous look in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not help being startled and nodded his head, but retreated. Long Min's action made everyone get a huge shock. What's Dragon Lord His Excellency going to do here? Could it be that he wants to contend against the heaven-stabilizing divine king on his own? Ao Duo turned pale with fright and said, while at this time, Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Very good. You're very courageous. Not only did you successfully stoke this seat's fury, you even dare to face off on your own. Since you want to hear this kitty's meow, then this seat will meow for you to hear. Therefore, listen up well. Profound. Chi. Finger. One finger unleash. I. Plusing the wind and clouds moved. An attack that moved heaven and earth charged over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fienji O.D coming into being. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fienji O.D coming into being. Too terrifying. Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a Divine King realm martial artist? Dragon Lord is in danger. He actually hasn't unleashed a martial technique yet. What on earth is Dragon Lord doing? Has he given up resisting? A series of clamoring sounds came from the Dragon Clan. They discovered that Yi Yuan provoked very happily just now. But now he actually stopped moving. Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. This finger was stronger compared to that finger previously. It was simply not what human strength could resist. Yu Mengli's and Luer's expressions changed greatly and had worried looks. After all, Yi Yuan's opponent this time was the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, who was known as the Divine Realm's #1. It was not up to them to not be worried. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, uncertain what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. In a blink of an eye, Zhuge Qingxian brought the profound qi finger and arrived at the place several hundred feet away from Yi Yuan. Work. The person had not drawn near yet and already broke Yi Yuan's defenses, making him directly spew out a large mouthful of blood. Dragon Lord, Big Brother Yuan. Young Master. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically, one after another. They seriously could not figure out why Yi Yuan did not retaliate. Zhuge Qingxian was also rather surprised, his face somewhat stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not resist at all, but he did not have the intention of pulling back. Since you're not resisting, then I'll directly send you to the Western Paradise. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he can't save you either. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally made a sound. Voice of the Dragon God. Roar. Yi Yuan suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. A terrifying dragon roar instantly reverberated through the clouds. At this moment, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, directly urging the voice of the Dragon God to the limits. The profound qi finger that originally had an irresistible onslaught abruptly stopped at this time. Zhuge Qingxuan's figure was forcefully nailed in midair by the voice of the Dragon God's sound wave attack. Zhuge Qingxian, who was caught by surprise, similarly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan's roar made everyone's expression change dramatically, but everybody's reaction was completely different. Long Min's withered old face was seemingly like the last radiance of the setting sun at this time, exuding a flushed color that was caused by excitement. Voice of the Dragon God. It's absolutely the voice of the Dragon God. Ha! Indeed worthy of being the Dragon Lord. He actually learned my clan's long-lost voice of the Dragon God. Long Min said with unbelievable surprise and delight. As for Ao Qian, Ao Yong, and the rest, they clearly also guessed the origins of this move of Yi Yuan's. It's actually the voice of the Dragon God. This is too inconceivable. This move has already been lost in the Dragon Clan for over 100,000 years. Didn't expect that we actually saw it again anew today. Such a terrifying power. Is this one of my Dragon Clan's supreme martial techniques? Voice of the Dragon God. Just how powerful was my Dragon Clan when at the height of its power and splendor? Turns out that the Dragon Lord dug a pit for the heaven-stabilizing divine king to jump. Yet he even jumped inside. If the heaven-stabilizing divine king falls, my Dragon Clan will gain great fame and prestige tomorrow. When Lu and the rest saw the situation, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. But they still looked at the two people confronting each other in the air with anxious looks, not daring to relax in the slightest. Being shocked by the voice of the Dragon God, which came unexpectedly, this blow to Zhuge Qingxian was not light. Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon God was not the slightest bit weaker than his profound qi finger. Furthermore, the penetrative force of sound waves was clearly greater than ordinary martial techniques. Now, he finally understood why Yi Yuan had no movements all along. Yi Yuan was making him suffer from his own scheme. The voice of the Dragon God. Naturally, the closer to Yi Yuan, the greater the power. Yi Yuan risked sustaining serious injuries and also had to wait for him to enter the range of several hundred feet in order to give him a head-on blow. Yi Yuan succeeded. The moment the voice of the Dragon God was unleashed, Zhuge Qingxian immediately suffered severe injuries again. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of ending it here. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Voice of the Dragon God. Persisted for 2 breaths of time and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxuan's figures virtually flew out backward at the same time. Zhuge Qingxian and the profound qi finger were not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan also suffered serious injuries under this one finger. Adding on the voice of the dragon D's consumption, his condition currently was dreadful to the max. However, Zhuge Qingxuan's situation was not much better than his. The power of the voice of the dragon D was too fearsome. He also entered that strongest region. Currently, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His entire body had almost been torn apart. Mutual destruction. At this time, Longmin suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's words earlier. Wait until the two of them were worn out. Kill Zhuge Qingxian. Longmin was shrewd with age. How could he waste such an opportunity? Lifting his hand, it was a dragon traversing the 9th heaven. A dragon roar sounded again. Zhuge Qingxuan's scalp tingled. For thousands of years, this was his first time truly facing death. He who had always considered everybody and everything beneath notice finally knew what was called despair. No! Zhuge Qingxian howled. He was already powerless to resist such an expert's attack. Everyone stared at this scene unblinkingly. Their hearts leaped up to their throats. The heaven-stabilizing divine King Paris. H.I. plus ing. This was the #1 major event in the divine realm for thousands of years. But in the next instant, everyone's faces changed drastically. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole just happened to meet Longmin's dragon traversing the 9th heaven. It was only to see a blood light flash inside the black hole. Longmin's divine Dao martial technique was actually extinguished just like this. Longmin's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Fiend race. A young man slowly walked out from inside the black hole, bringing along several powerhouses behind him. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, with the haughtiness of looking down arrogantly upon the world. Even the heaven-stabilizing divine king was a magnitude inferior to him in terms of disposition. Seeing this young man, everyone's face changed drastically. Clearly, the arrival did not have good intentions. The young man smiled nonchalantly and said, "Ho, the Dragon Clan. I really haven't seen you people for a long time. Where's everyone? Just nice today. I'll catch the whole lot in one fell swoop." At this time, Yu Mengli had long already made her move, reaching her hands out to support Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's wounds were very severe at this time, his consciousness was very clear. Seeing this young man, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This was the feeling that this young man gave him. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared. It was precisely Long Tongue. When Long Tongue saw that young man, his expression immediately became extremely ugly, close to losing all hope. When Yi Yuan saw Long Tongue's expression, he was immediately clear in his heart. To be able to make Long Tongue display this expression, who else could there be still? He actually came into being ahead of time. Long Tongue took a look at that young man, then looked at Yi Yuan, and was filled with extreme unwillingness. He was unreconciled to it. Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. To deal with Kanhua, one at least had to reach Feng Tian's boundary back then too. Although the current Yi Yuan was strong, compared to the Feng Tian back then, he was still quite a bit worse. Kanhua. Yi Yuan endured the pain all over his body and spoke up. Long Tongue slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. He's precisely heavenly fiend. Od. Kanhua. His strength seems to be even stronger than before." Chapter 1207. Long Tongue's Resolve. Chapter 1207. Long Tongue's Resolve. Kanhua's appearance caught everyone off guard. Currently, Yi Yuan already suffered serious injuries. Just based on Long Min alone, there was no way to be Kanhua's match. Could it be? Could it be over just like this? Long Tongue said unwillingly. Seemingly detecting Long Tongue's gaze, Kanhua actually looked over here. It's actually you. Didn't expect that 50,000 years have passed, said. I could actually still be MP into an old acquaintance. Didn't expect that he actually protected you, Kanhua said, smilingly. Long Tongue snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Who's an old acquaintance of yours?" This old man wishes that he can tear you limb from limb. Kanua smiled faintly and said, "Oh, something that even origin deity realms couldn't accomplish just based on you guys, some trash. How can you possibly do it? Rather, you all shall become this G. Oh, D's blood feed today." At this time, everyone was jittery inside the Dragon Clan. They did not know who this young man was at all, and could not even see through his cultivation realm. But they knew that this young man was very strong. That mover earlier by old patriarch Long Min, dragon traversing the ninth heaven. What kind of power did that have? But this young man just gave a casual attack, and actually utterly annihilated this attack. G Grand Elder, who is this young man? Isn't the divine realm's strongest the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Why do I feel that? This young man seems to be even stronger than the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Asked Ao Yong, a Dragon Clan elder. Originally, Ao Yong also did not know about the existence of the heavenly fiend G. Oh, DS. But the last time Long Tongue was in the clan, he told him the matters back then. He looked at Kanoa with a solemn expression and said, "This young man is most likely that heavenly fiend G. Oh, D from the fiend race. He was once a deity realm powerhouse." Deity realm powerhouse. How is this possible? Didn't all of the deity realm powerhouses all go missing? This is actually a deity realm powerhouse. No wonder his strength is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that even though he doesn't have deity realm cultivation, he possesses deity realm comprehension? The fiend race actually still has such a terrifying powerhouse, a former deity realm powerhouse. Doesn't that mean that he's the number one person beneath the deity realm? Ao Yong nodded his head and said, "It's likely the case. Looks like what Senior Long Tongue said was true. It's just that there was Senior Fong Tian capable of suppressing this heavenly fiend G. Oh, 50,000 years ago. Now who is there? Could it be that heaven is really dooming my dragon clan? Heaven is dooming the divine realm?" A look of despair appeared on Ao Yong's face. The pressure that Kanua gave him was seriously too great. At this time, Kanua's gaze turned to Yi Yuan, and he said emotionally, "Yi Yuan, I have no choice but to admit you're the most troublesome son of heaven's mandate that this seat has encountered. Even the absolute heaven back then was probably not as troublesome as you. If I give you another few years' time, you might really be able to threaten this G. O D. If this immortal grove region's heavenly Tao isn't deficient, you might be able to grow to an existence even more powerful than absolute heaven. It's too bad that it was still this G. O D who won in the end." Yi Yuan looked at Kanua, his eyes spewing fire. He struggled, wanted to stand up, but it aggravated his wounds, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy was the ringleader that decimated his family, but now he was powerless to resist. "Ha ha! Are you extremely frustrated and despair? The person who killed your father is in front of you, but you can only quietly wait to be killed by the other party. This sort of feeling is very wonderful, right? However, when this seat sees your expression, I'm very excited." Ha ha! Kanua started chortling with laughter like crazy. This was a conspiracy that lasted for over 500 years. Kanua wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death countless times, but he did not succeed. Kanua was challenging heavenly Tao, but he failed. Yi Yuan rose up like a comet, giving Kanua tremendous pressure. Yi Yuan was too strong. When he heard Yuji say that she was almost shocked to death by Yi Yuan, Kanua decided to come into being ahead of schedule without the slightest hesitation. He could not give Yi Yuan any more time to grow. This son of heaven's mandate seemed to be not quite the same as the ones he encountered before. "Lier, bring Yi Yuan away first. Leave this place to this old man." Long Tongue suddenly let out a long sigh and said to Yu Mengli calmly. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli trembled all over. They knew that Long Tongue wanted to defend to the death here. "No, I'm not leaving." Yi Yuan used all the strength in the body to shout. Long Tongue turned around and said to Yi Yuan, for this old man to be able to meet you, watch you grow, it's already enough. You are this old man's pride in this lifetime. Where there's life, there's hope. This old bag of bones am already useless. As long as you're around, Kanua, he will not be considered to have won, and the divine realm will not perish either. Yi Yuan's tears gushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, using all the strength in his body, wanted to stand up. But he could not do it. The battle with Zhuge Qingxian, he already spent everything he had. Senior, Lear, what are you still waiting for? Long Tongue yelled coldly. 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. Toward Long Tongue. How could she be willing part 2? But at this time, she did not seem to have more options. Senior, you take care. Finished talking, Yu Mengli gritted her teeth and brought Yi Yuan away. Lear, I'm not leaving. Don't bring me away. Yi Yuan yelled. Big brother Yuan, I am sorry. Yu Mengli said with tears in her eyes. Long Min, even if the Dragon Clan is eradicated today, you'll also have to ensure Yi Yuan leaves. This was Long Tongue's final yell. Senior, rest assured, my Dragon Clan stands proudly in heaven and earth, and definitely won't compromise. Long Min's expression turned stern as he replied solemnly. Oh, what a touching scene. It's just a pity that none of you can leave today. Kanua smacked a palm out nonchalantly. Civ blood-colored palm headed straight for Yi Yuan through the air. Zhuge Qingxian was currently not far from Kanua. Seeing the power of this palm, his gaze immediately turned intent. This palm was too terrifying. Even at his prime, he was absolutely unable to receive this palm too. Long Tongue's figure moved, directly blocking between the enormous palm and Yi Yuan, and swiftly smacked a palm out, coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm. Back then, he imparted this move to Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said his predecessor. It was just that, how could the Long Tongue without a physical body be Kanua's match? Sensing that terrifying palm behind, Yi Yuan turned his head back, and his eyes involuntarily turned bloodshot from anger. No, a resentful to the extreme emotion pinned up in Yi Yuan's chest. Under the violent anger that attacked the heart, Yi Yuan's vision went dark, and he fainted away. Hoo-hoo! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Kanua smiled lightly and did not think anything of Long Tongue at all. Long Tongue only felt like his soul was going to be scattered facing this palm. Too strong. The current Kanua was even stronger than back then. Long Tongue slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Right at this time, waves of ripples suddenly flooded the SPAC. A black-clothed person slowly walked out, lightly raised his palm, and received that black-colored enormous palm. Then a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. That blood-colored enormous palm actually gradually dissipated into nothingness, just like that. Kanua's gaze turned intent. His expression became sullen. Chapter 12:08. The King Returns. Chapter 12:08. The King Returns. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Such a terrifying palm was actually blocked by this black-clothed person so nonchalantly. It looked like this black-clothed person's strength was actually not beneath Kanua's. It's really you. You really didn't die. Kanua said solemnly. That black-clothed person said coolly. You haven't died, so how could I dare die? Humph. You're really lingering on relentlessly. Kanua said with a cold snort. The one who's lingering on relentless should be you, right? Being suppressed so many times, you're still so persistent. The black-clothed person said. Kanua's face turned black, and he said, suppressing this G.O.D., you have to pay at the cost of your life. This Immortal Grove region will eventually be this G.O.D.'s. You can stop daydreaming. With me around, you can forget about succeeding. Moreover, as long as Yi Yuan grows up, most likely it wouldn't be suppressed so simply. The black-clothed person said coolly. Then, that will also have to wait until he grows up. Kanua said with a cold snort. You can rest assured. With me around, he'll grow up. The black-clothed person's words exuded faint confidence. Long Tongue did not have the joy of surviving a disaster at all. His entire person was currently akin to being struck by lightning, staring fixedly at this black figure in front. The current long tongue was agitated until he shuddered all over. Even though the black-clothed person had his back facing him, he was too familiar with this person. Is it you? Long Tongue asked quiveringly. The black-clothed person's entire person was shrouded in the black cloak, unable to see his features at all. But these were all not obstacles to Long Tongue. The black-clothed person slowly turned around and opened his mouth to say, "Old partner, it's been hard on you these few years." Long Tongue's entire body trembled. He opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. 50,000 years already. He had once harbored the mentality of getting lucky too, thinking that this person did not die yet and would still return to fight side by side with him. But Long Tongue silently waited for 50,000 years, and he did not return. Only all the way until Yi Yuan appeared did Long Tongue start a brand new life. Fighting side by side together with Yi Yuan, he felt like it was the same as before, making his hot blood boil. Long Tongue thought that he really died and would never come back anymore. But now, he actually appeared miraculously. Unfortunately, Long Tongue was just an artifact spirit now, and could not cry at all. Otherwise, he would really like to have a good cry. TSK. Today's moving scenes are really many. Not bad, not bad. Since you brothers have reunited, then go down below together and catch up about old times, Kanua said with a look of ridicule. The black-clothed person said to Long Tongue, "Catch up again later." Finished talking, the black-clothed person turned around and said to Kanua, "How dare the general of a defeated army speak of bravery?" Kanua said indifferently, "General of a defeated army? To think that you also dare to say it. That great battle 50,000 years ago, the victor was not decided yet. At present, this G.O.D. had a huge increase in strength and wants to weigh whether or not your strength is sufficient to contend with this G.O.D. The black-clothed person said coolly, "As you wish." When Kanua saw the black-clothed person's composed look, his heart involuntarily sunk. But he was not that sort of character who could be frightened away with a roar. In the present divine realm, only this black-clothed person was able to contend with him. As long as he killed him, who else in this world could stop his footsteps of unifying the divine realm? The black-clothed person extended his hand and grabbed. A bizarre force instantly shuttled through the void. Yu Mengli's and Yi Yuan's figures suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Yu Mengli was unaware of what was going on. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and she actually returned to her original place. This shock was by no means insignificant. "Senior Long Tongue, what's going on here?" Yu Mengli said to Long Tongue. When Long Tongue saw Fong Tian's move, his eyes lit up too. Seems like Fong Tian's strength was even stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Long Tongue's heart was also put back in place. No need to panic. It's Brother Fong who teleported you guys back with his great magical ability. Today's situation already took a favorable turn. Long Tongue said smilingly. Brother Fong. Yu Mengli looked towards the black-clothed person with a puzzled look. That's right. He's the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's previous owner, Fong Tian. Long Tongue said with a smile. Yu Mengli's beautiful face was incomparably shocked, and she said in disbelief, "He's Senior Fong Tian? He's actually still alive." At this time, Fong Tian reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel actually broke away from Yi Yuan of its own accord and flew into his hand. The feeling of amiss in Kanua's heart became stronger and stronger. After he obtained the Fiend Source Bead, although his strength did not recover to its peak, it already recovered 70%. The current him was even stronger than when he encountered Fong Tian back then. Could it be that in these 50,000 years, Fong Tian's strength had another significant increase? But in this age where it was unable to break through to deity realm, how could this possible? Rumble. All of a sudden, fiendish energy surged on Kanua's body. A black bead faded in and out on his forehead. A terrifying aura instantly swept across every corner. Two mighty supreme powerhouses matching powers. Everyone had to give a wide berth. But under the monstrous fiendish energy, Fong Tian was composed and collected. People did not see him making any actions either. The vast heaven's steel suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Just this aura was far stronger than when in Yi Yuan's hand /Humph. Not seeing for 50,000 years, you're still using this move? Looks like you've exhausted your bag of tricks, Kanua said with a cold snort. When Fong Tian heard that, he said coolly, dealing with you. This move is enough. Is that so? Then I'll let you have a taste of the means after this, G. Oh, D's strength has spiked greatly. Bloodfiend storm. Kanua needed seals with both hands. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped Fong Tian's figure. Immediately, there was a foul wind and rain of blood. This blood rain had extremely terrifying penetrative and corrosive ability. If ordinary martial artists were stained by a tiny bit, their souls would disintegrate at once too. However, situated deep inside it, Fong Tian was shrouded in layers by the light halo emitted on the vast heaven steel. No matter how the wind and rain battered, I stand steadfast as a rock. Heaven and earth throw. Right then, the vast heaven steel in Fong Tian's hands suddenly disappeared. Kanua's pupils constricted. An enormous blood palm suddenly smacked out, wanting to resist the vast heaven steel's heaven-shaking throw. Bang! A terrifying collision, no idea how many times more intense than Yi Yuan's battle with Zhuge Qingxian prior to this. Everyone looked at those two figures in the sky with solemn looks. Even their breathing stopped. These two people's victory and defeat, they determined the divine realm's future direction. It was not up to people to not feel deep anxiety. Rumble. Bloodfiend storm abruptly scattered. Kanua's figure actually flew out backward. All of a sudden, Kanua's fiendish energy diminished considerably. Seeing this scene, all of the Dragon Clan's members had greatly roused morale on their faces. Haha, one. This mysterious powerhouse is so powerful to actually be able to defeat even a deity realm powerhouse. Could he be a deity realm powerhouse too? Finally saved. I feel that today was just like being tormented in an oil bath. Too terrifying. Kill. Kill the fiend race. For a moment, war cries filled the air. Go! Kanua practically did not have the slightest hesitation and directly shattered S.P.A.C., bringing his group of subordinates, and fled at a splitting pace. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed a few times and finally entered inside too. Chapter 1209. A Hero Past His Prime. Chapter 1209. A hero past his prime. Kanua, fleeing in panic, made everyone dance for joy. There was jubilation in the Dragon Clan. Today, virtually every clansman hovered between life and death. This impact on a mind simply made people break down. Among them, no one was happier than Long Tongue. Meeting Fong Tian again after a time interval of 50,000 years, the agitation in his heart could be imagined. Ho! Not seeing for 50,000 years, I didn't expect that Brother Fong's strength is actually a magnitude greater. Long Tongue went up to greet with a smile. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for several tens of thousands of years. Through this short while of subsiding, Long Tongue's emotions already stabilized, and he was not as agitated as before. But the joy revealed in his words was hard to conceal. But Fong Tian kept standing there and did not move, did not answer Long Tongue either. Long Tongue's expression became ugly. A foreboding feeling welled up. Brother Fong, are you all right? Poo work. Suddenly, Fong Tian sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. His figure actually started teetering on the verge of collapse. Brother Fong. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he could not help turning pale with fright. Fong Tian waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Go to the Dragon Clan before talking. This scene made everyone's heart seize up again. Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, his heart suspending. At this time, in an open field, Zhuge Qingxian and Kanua stood facing each other. Heaven-stabilizing divine king. TSK, if not for this seat, Russ. Plussing over in time, you would have become the divine realm's greatest laughingstock tomorrow. Kanua looked at heaven-stabilizing divine king with a smile that was insincere. Zhuge Qingxian could not help choking up when he heard that. If other people said these words, he would have long exterminated the other party with a finger. But this one before his eyes was much stronger than him. Moreover, what Kanua said was right. If not for him making it in time today, Zhuge Qingxian, this heaven-stabilizing divine king, who is known as the Divine Realm's #1, would become the entire Divine Realm's laughingstock tomorrow. At the thought of that scene earlier, he still had lingering fear in his heart. This Yi Yuan was too insidious. This guy actually plotted against him, wanting to kill him even at the risk of mutual destruction. The more he thought, the more uncontrollable Zhuge Qingxuan's rage became. He was confident that with his strength, even if Long Min and Yi Yuan teamed up, they absolutely could not keep it behind too. If not for Yi Yuan scheming against him, how could he possibly have a narrow shave with death? Of course, what he did not expect even more was that Yi Yuan really had the strength to make him bite the dust. It was just that in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart, he did not think that he was the loser. He was finding an excuse for his failure. Enough C-R-A-P. What the H-E-L? I do you want? Zhuge Qingxian said crossly. So brusque when talking. Is this the attitude that you should have towards your benefactor? Kanua was not angry either and said with a faint smile. Otherwise, what do you think? What kind of attitude do you think I should have toward a member of the fiend race? Zhuge Qingxian said coldly. You're indeed as hypocritical as your ancestor, Zuozong. This G-O-D is a heavenly fiend. O-D. Could it be that you still want to be able to do immoral things while maintaining a good name in front of this G-O-D? Kanua said with a loud laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, You know ancestors Zuozong? Oh, of course I know. We've even exchanged blows before. Back then, if not for him fleeing, just before going into battle, absolute heaven might really have been able to slay you, G and me. But this G-O-D didn't expect that his wise action of saving his own skin let his Dao legacy carry on for as long as 1,000,000 years, Kanua said smilingly. Facing Kanua, the Divine Realm's #1 heaven-stabilizing divine king actually had a feeling of being seen through too. This kind of feeling made Zhuge Qingxian very annoyed. Just spit out what you have to say. Kanua smiled and said, Defect to this G-O-D. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, Impossible. What if this G-O-D can let you attain the true Divine Realm's #1? Kanua said with a smile that was not a smile. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Looking at this old man who practically crawled out from inside a coffin, the respect in Yi Yuan's heart spontaneously welled up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Fong Tian. Fong Tian was thin and emaciated, his face without any color, looking just like a corpse. Yi Yuan was proficient in medicinal knowledge and saw through at a glance. Fong Tian practically turned himself into a living corpse in order to extend his longevity. Even so, he had also already reached the extent of oil giving out and the lamp expiring. Fong Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of relief, Good. Each new generation really excels over the old one. Back then, this old man glimpsed heaven's secret, leaving the vast heaven still in the endless world. Actually, I was very uncertain in my heart. I didn't expect that it actually ran into a prodigious talent like you. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he opened his mouth and said, Senior, could it be that you're the Heaven's Secret Towers Master? Also, that mysterious organization that resists the fiend race. Could the mysterious powerhouse at the back be Senior? When Fong Tian heard that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Long Tongue similarly stroked his beard and smiled as he said, Brother Fong, you lost our bet. Fong Tian laughed loudly and said, Lost, I lost. However, this old man lost happily. For these 50,000 years, this old man has never been so happy like today before. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Tian laughed too hard and actually started coughing fiercely. Long Tongue's expression changed when he saw the situation. Brother Fong. Fong Tian waved his hand and said, "No worries, this old man can't live for long in the first place. Being able to see Yi Yuan grow up, I can die in peace too." Yi Yuan. Long Tongue's gaze involuntarily looked toward Yi Yuan and actually carried a pleading expression. Yi Yuan was a peak alchemy emperor who grasped divine Tao laws. If one wanted to save Fong Tian body else was worthy except him. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, "Senior Fong Tian has probably already not taken action for many years in order to extend his life. This time, forcefully mobilizing essence energy, his vitality was used up. Even a divine pill likely has no power to turn the tables too." Long Tongue's entire body trembled when he heard that, his eyes revealing a look of hopelessness. But Fong Tian smiled and said, "My old partner, at our ripe old age, can't you see through it yet? Actually, I should have long died 50,000 years ago. Being able to live until now is already a profit." Long Tongue had a pained look as he said, "Seeing through life and death is easier said than done. Those deity realm powerhouses' lifespans are easily several tens of thousands of years. They were probably unwilling to turn to dust as well, right?" Fong Tian smiled and said, "Haha, what you said makes sense. This old man eked out a meager existence until this date. How is it not because I couldn't bear to die too? But at present, my condition, death, is a release for this old man." Yi Yuan held his tongue by the side. Towards this pair of old brothers' feelings, he was able to understand. Even if Fong Tian reached half-deity realm, his lifespan would not increase by much either. At most, it was also just 20,000 years of lifespan. Being able to live until now, Fong Tian used D knows how many secret arts and suffered how much torment. Yi Yuan thought about it and suddenly said, "I have a prescription. If it reaches arcane insight rank, it can help Senior Fong Tian extend his life for some time. But, at most, there's also just 3 years' time. Furthermore, within these 3 years, Senior Fong Tian mustn't take action anymore. Otherwise, you'll immediately lose your life." Yi Yuan's words made Fong Tian and Long Tongue's eyes light up. Chapter 12:10 Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 12:10 Unexpected Surprise. "Even 3 years, that is fine too," Long Tongue said with a look of antic. 1p Asian. Fong Tian had a look of antic. 1p Asian too. At present, fiend calamity was erupting. Heavenly fiend Dikanua's strength was even greater than in the past. Having him die, just like this, he was really not willing. Moreover, he and Long Tongue did not meet for 50,000 years. They finally managed to reunite. He did not wish to be separated by life and death from here on as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I have a pill formula in my hands. It is called Heavenly Fragrance Life Extending Pill. If ordinary martial artists consume it, extending longevity by 2,000 years is no issue. It's just that Senior Fong Tian's current state, the effects are negligible. The spirit medicines that this pill formula requires are very rare too. I have the other spirit medicines in my hands. It's just that one of the core medicines is a 1,000,000-year-old ghost heavenly incense. It's hard to find in a short time." But Fong Tian laughed when he heard that and said, "These few years, in order to extend my life, this old man can be said to have employed every trick up my sleeves. If it's spirit medicines, this old man found quite a few. I just happen to have this ghost heavenly incense." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. The ghost heavenly incense was a life-extending medicine to begin with. He reckoned that Fong Tian should have it in his hands. That was why he would say it. Otherwise, if they could not find the spirit medicines, and he said this kind of thing, wouldn't it be an empty dream? When Fong Tian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he immediately understood in his heart, and secretly thought to himself what formidable wits this boy had. He had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan, but his understanding of Yi Yuan was mostly on the surface. Only now, after actually meeting Yi Yuan, did he know that this boy was truly very different. Yi Yuan put away the ghost heavenly incense and bid farewell to the two people. The two of you catch up on old times first. Yi Yuan will be right back. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Fong Tian said with a vicissitude of emotion, "Old partner, I had always prided myself on being exceptional. But only when I saw Yi Yuan did I know that there's always someone better." Long Tongue also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Haha, honestly, I've never believed that under this present heavenly Tao, there's still someone capable of Serpa. Sing you, all the way until I met Yi Yuan. You don't know how arrogant he was when he challenged the vast heaven pag. Oh, to back then, but I just couldn't do anything to him. This boy is simply a freak, refres. Plus in my understanding of him again and again. Even until now, I also dare not say that I completely understand him." Fong Tian roared with laughter when he heard that, and said, "Haha, with Yi Yuan around, perhaps my divine realm really have hope. It's just too bad that he was born at the wrong time. If not for heavenly Tao being deficient, he might be able to reach senior absolute heaven, that kind of height." 2 days later, the pill tribulation descended. When Yi Yuan came out of the pill refinement room, it gave everyone a big fright. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have had a great illness, looking very dispirited. "Yi Yuan," Long Tongue said in surprise. But Yi Yuan himself did not care at all and grinned as he said, "This heavenly fragrance life extending pill's quality is a little better than I even imagined. Senior Fong Tian, quickly take it." Fong Tian received the medicinal pill and said with a touched expression, "Thank you, Yi Yuan." With Yi Yuan's present realm, making himself like this when refining pills, it could be imagined how much effort he put in. Probably even when refining pills for himself, Yi Yuan would not put so much effort either, right? Fong Tian knew that this was Yi Yuan repaying him, and it was also out of respect towards him. Of course, it was also likely on account of Long Tongue's face. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a person who put relations. I plus P above all. Such a person was worthy and trusting too. Senior is too polite. Extending your life until now, you suffered pain that ordinary people cannot imagine. It was all for the divine realm. Senior did earth-shaking major things that were unbeknownst to the public. Yet Senior doesn't seek fame and wealth. Yi Yuan respects Senior deeply. It's just a shame that Yi Yuan is powerless to save the situation, Yi Yuan said regretfully. Perhaps after cultivating alchemy Tao to a certain boundary, one could really defy the heavens. But the current Yi Yuan was clearly not equipped with that kind of power. A day later, Fong Tian completely refined the pill's medicinal strength. When he exited seclusion, Long Tongue and Yi Yuan both looked at him with a look of antic. 1p Asian. The current Fong Tian, his complexion was much better than a few days ago. On that close to zombified face earlier, now it actually had some additional color. "How is it, Brother Fong?" Long Tongue asked rather anxiously. The specifics of what effects the medicinal pill had, only Fong Tian himself would know after he consumed it. Fong Tian smiled mysteriously at this time, but extended 3 fingers. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression, and he said with a bitter smile, "In the end, can it only be 3 years?" Long Tongue was also depressed for a while, but felt relieved very quickly. Patting Yi Yuan, he said, "Yi Yuan, you've already tried your best. With Brother Fong's bodily condition, being able to extend longevity for 3 years is already a miracle." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I thought that arcane insight rank would ultimately be a little better." But Fong Tian chuckled and said happily, "Who told you guys 3 years? 30 years. Ha! Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are simply heaven-defying. This old man's battered body, you were actually even able to bring back from the dead, truly broadened my horizons." Hearing these words, Yi Yuan himself was stunned too. Long Tongue was stupefied first, then was immediately overjoyed and said, "Brother Fong, really? You can't tease this old man. Fong Tian laughed and said, bluff you for what? Yi Yuan only said 3 years' time previously too. I didn't harbor that much hope, feeling that being able to have 1 or 2 years is already very good. But the more I refined the medicinal pill, the more shocked I became. This heavenly fragrance life extending pill simply seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Not only did it recover most of the hidden injuries in my body, I even have 30 more years of lifespan out of thin air. How many years has it been? This old man has always suffered torment. Now, these pains were actually swept away clean. With this old man's age, I even nearly jumped up just now. Haha, it's really too great. Yi Yuan, you're also too conservative. Is this wanting to give this old man a whopping big surprise? Long Tongue said with a look of surprise. Yi Yuan himself also felt very surprised. But seeing Fong Tian and Long Tongue like so, he felt very happy too. Hoo-hoo. Honestly speaking, I myself felt very surprised too. The power of the medicine D's soul cannon somewhat exceeds my imagination. However, Senior Fong Tian, you still can't employ essence energy right now. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The more he dug into the medicine D's soul cannon, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of this divine Tao record. Looks like his path of alchemy Tao was also merely at the beginning. Fong Tian smiled and said, you can rest assured. This old man naturally knows this point. Previously giving Kanua a heavy blow, I believe he won't dare to anyhow make a move anymore either. At least, before his strength fully recovers, we should be safe. Yi Yuan said in surprise. His strength already reached such a realm. It's actually not fully recovered yet. Fong Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. A heavenly fiend D strength is correspondent with origin deity realm. This kind of existence, how could their strength be what we, mere mortals, are capable of imagining? In my view, his current strength at most also just recovered to around 70%. There's still some distance away from full recovery. Chapter 12:11. Press for time. Chapter 12:11. Press for time. Senior Fong Tian, your current realm is, Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That great battle before, he was in the middle of a coma and did not see it with his own eyes. But for Fong Tian to be able to overpower heavenly fiend D Kana with his worn-out body, his grasp toward divine Tao laws had probably already reached an unimaginable level. Fong Tian smiled lightly and said, if differentiating it according to the realms of divine Tao, I should already be in the heaven glimpse realm right now. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard. The divine Tao, 3 great realms, grotto profound, heaven glimpse, and origin. Fong Tian actually comprehended divine Tao laws to the realm of heaven glimpse with half-deity realm. This talent was simply appalling to hear. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending divine Tao laws and knew the hearts. I plus PS involved. Furthermore, Skydistant said before, the disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was even harder than cultivating from the essence Qi realm to deity realm added up. Without the support of divine Tao cultivation realm, wanting to comprehend divine Tao laws was doubly difficult. But Fong Tian actually relied on his own comprehension ability and forcefully comprehended divine Tao laws to such a boundary. It could simply be rated as freakies. Plus Senior is truly formidable. Yi Yuan admires. Yi Yuan said from the bottom of his heart, in these 100,000 years, probably only Fong Tian alone was able to comprehend divine Tao laws to such a realm. Right? It was just a shame that he currently had a dilapidated body. Otherwise, how could there be a chance for Kanoa to be CKY? Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought and suddenly discovered that Fong Tian and Long Tongue did not move. He lifted his head and looked and discovered that the two people were both using a strange gaze to look at him. He could not help asking curiously, 2 seniors are Long Tongue scolded with a laugh. "You brat deliberately exasperating people, are you? To really talk about monstrous, probably body in this divine realm can compare to you, right?" Fong Tian smiled and said, "This old man has already cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. But you only truly immersed in a martial path for 30 years, and your strength is already close to Zhuge Qingxuan's. To really compete in talent, this old man probably isn't even fit to carry your shoes." Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Two seniors are too kind." Yi Yuan doesn't mean that. It's just that the heaven-glimpsed deity realm is really far beyond reach to Yi Yuan. "Oh, doesn't this old man know you still?" Long Tongue said with a smile. But at this time, Fong Tian's expression became serious, and he opened his mouth to say, "Yi Yuan, are you planning on going to the it's Fall Mountain Range?" Yi Yuan was stupefied, not expecting that Fong Tian actually even knew about this. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Fong Tian smiled and explained, "Don't you forget, this old man set up the Heaven's Secret Tower." Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "Could it be that Senior is really able to pry into Heaven's secrets?" Fong Tian smiled and recounted the events back then. It turned out that back then, Fong Tian's and Heavenly Fiend Di Kanua's paramount great battle was fought for a full 9 days and nights. This battle truly fought until the heavens rend asunder and the earth cracked. Finally, both sides sustained heavy losses. But at the end of this battle, Fong Tian and the Heavenly Fiend Di seemed to have triggered Heavenly Tao, and they actually experienced a trace of understanding. Ever since then, Fong Tian and the Heavenly Fiend Di, both of them actually had the ability to divine heaven's secrets. The Heavenly Fiend Di was suppressed several times, and his strength did not recover fully in the first place. This battle with Fong Tian, he even greatly damaged his vitality and actually directly slumbered for as long as several tens of thousands of years. And Fong Tian also sustained serious injuries. He calculated heaven's secrets. Hence he fled to the endless world and left behind the vast heaven pag. The inheritance. Then entered the its Fall Mountain Range himself. Fong Tian pried into heaven's secrets and calculated that his path of survival lay in this its Fall Mountain Range. In the its Fall Mountain Range, Fong Tian chanced upon a fortuitous encounter and eventually prolonged his feeble existence until now. Later, he calculated that the Heavenly Fiend Di was about to come into being. Hence, he also chose to leave the its Fall Mountain Range, wanting to seek out the Heavenly Fiend Di. But this time, the Heavenly Fiend Di became wiser. Moreover, he similarly had the ability to pry into heaven's secrets. Hence, the two people started to match powers in the dark, all the way until today. After Yi Yuan heard, he sighed unceasingly too. This confrontation that lasted 50,000 years, the final landing point lied on him. Fong Tian knew that he was already powerless to oppose the Heavenly Fiend Di. The reason why he chose to come into being was just in order to protect a phase in Yi Yuan's journey. This favor could be said to be heavy, if not for Fong Tian's 50,000 years of eking out a meager existence. Yi Yuan would have already died in Kanua's hands several days ago. Then no one would be able to stop Kanua's footsteps in the divine realm anymore. Then, is Senior able to divine whether this trip of mine will be successful or not? Yi Yuan said. Regarding entering the its Fall Mountain Range, Yi Yuan also had no confidence in his heart. Inside the its Fall Mountain Range, there were too many opportunities, but also too many dangers. The powerhouses who died in the its Fall Mountain Range could be said to be too many to enumerate. But the Kunwa Divine Wood was in the depths of the its Fall Mountain Range. Disregarding whether he could find it or not, the dangers on the way would be enough for him to choke on. Having someone who was capable of divining heaven's secrets in front of him at this time, Yi Yuan had no reason to not ask about good or ill luck. But Feng Tian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Regarding your fate, I can only sense it vaguely. That Kanua is likewise the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Furthermore, this trip of yours is going to challenge heavenly Tao. This is even more unable to conjecture. This trip, good or ill luck, is hard to predict." Everything regarding Yi Yuan, Feng Tian, and Kanua were both unable to calculate entirely. As for the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, Feng Tian also determined it through the others. Yi Yuan's strength could not be guessed at all. The ranking that he gave Yi Yuan was 4th, but Yi Yuan nearly finished Zhuge Qingxin off. This was Yi Yuan's uncertainty. Yi Yuan could not help being rather disappointed, but had an additional hint of hidden worry towards the success or failure of this trip. Yi Yuan, this trip is too perilous. You'd best stay in the Dragon Clan and cultivate bitterly. Brother Feng has 30 years' time now. He scared away Kanua. I believe he wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. This time is sufficient for you to comprehend divine Tao laws, Long Tongue urged. Even Feng Tian could not guess good or ill luck. It indicated that the risk of Yi Yuan's trip was too great. Inside the Fall mountain range, everything had a possibility of happening, even if you were son of heaven's mandate. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "If there's a possibility, of course, I don't wish to take this risk. But now that it came to this, I must go to the Fall mountain range." Feng Tian also nodded and said, "Kanua won't give us 30 years' time. In his current state, probably before long, he would be able to recover to his peak state. Furthermore, my understanding of him, when time passes, he'll definitely be able to perceive something amiss. Yi Yuan's time is too little. It's just that. Yi Yuan, can you tell me what do you want to go to the Fall mountain range for?" He could only calculate that Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Fall mountain range. But to do what exactly, he could not calculate in the slightest. Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, straightaway briefly recounting the matter of the Tao-defying pill. After Feng Tian and Long Tongue heard, they both drew a cold breath. This matter, even Long Tongue did not know either. "Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy Tao attainments are exceedingly high, but under the circumstances where heavenly Tao is missing, it's impossible for you to break through to deity realm. If you can succeed, the seniors would have long succeeded. Moreover, even if you successfully refine the Tao-defying pill, without mystic qi flooding the body, you're likewise unable to reach deity realm," Feng Tian said. Chapter 12:12. Fiend Calamity Erupts. Chapter 12:12. Fiend Calamity Erupts. Wanting to reach the deity realm, mystic qi flooding the body was an indispensable step. But in the current divine realm, the whereabouts of mystic qi had long already become unknown. Even if Yi Yuan's Tao-defying pill really had the effect of defying the heavens, without mystic qi flooding the body, it would also be futile in the end. Hence, Feng Tian and Long Tongue, the two of them, were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan making use of this precious time to cultivate and comprehend divine Tao laws was the right path. But Yi Yuan clearly did not think so. "Seniors, Kanua won't give us so much time. Moreover, wanting to kill Kanua, I'll have to comprehend to the origin deity realm at the very least. But even if I comprehend to the origin deity realm, I have no assurance in killing Kanua either. Therefore, the Fall mountain range is my only option," Yi Yuan said coolly. He had already made up his mind. No matter how Feng Tian and Long Tongue persuaded him, it would not change either. Moreover, Yi Yuan felt that his judgment was not wrong. He almost killed Yu Ji completely because Yu Ji was very weak. But Kanua was already not far from recovering to his peak. Even though he would be subjected to many limitations, he was still the divine realm's strongest existence. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended to origin deity realm divine Tao laws, it was very hard to kill him too. Wanting to deal with Kanua, there was only one path to take. That was breaking through to the deity realm. Right then, somebody from the Dragon Clan came to report. The spirit bristled divine king had come to pay a visit. Tung Yin brought to them a piece of news that was not unexpected. The fiend calamity finally erupted. Except, the fiend races might have exceeded everyone's expectations. The other 7 super holy lands outside of the Medicine King Hall fell in enemies' hands all at once. These 4 super holy lands became the fiend race's domain within a few days. The Heavenly Sword sect had long already existed in name only. The Holy City did not have any activities until now, too. What remained was actually just one super holy land. This one super holy land was clearly already tottering on its feet. How could it resist the fiend race's cavalry? This way, the divine realm had virtually 1/3 of the territory, which ended up as the area that the fiend race occupied. Hearing this news, everyone was in deep shock. Kanawa had long buried many chess pieces for the sake of today. Now that it erupted at once, it caught everyone by great surprise. These 8 great super holy lands more or less had heard about the matters of the fiend race. But they probably did not take it to heart at all. All the way until today, the fiend calamity erupted, instantly sweeping across over half of the divine realm with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering ears. Even though the divine realm still had many concealed forces, the nucleus was still with the 8 great super holy lands as the core. But now, the 8 great super holy lands virtually all fell, stupefying all of the divine realm's martial artists all at once. Fong Tian let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, looks like these several thousand years of crossing swords. This old man was utterly defeated. I didn't expect that Kanua actually already secretly developed his forces to such an extent." Yi Yuan consoled him. Senior's achievements don't lie here. If not for Senior striking fear into him for several thousand years, Kanua wouldn't need to be secretive like so. Most likely, the fiend calamity would have long erupted several thousand years ago. Some things can't be helped. The only plan now is how to resist the fiend race's, salt and not self-blame. Fong Tian was long an arrow at the end of its flight already. Many things were on having the heart, but lacking the strength. Just by relying on the spirit bristle divine king, it was hard to support the overall situation. What Yi Yuan said is right. Brother Fong, now that it came to this, talking about these is of no help to the matter too. We'd better discuss more on how we should handle the fiend race's invasion, Long Tongue said. Fong Tian sighed and said, "Under these circumstances, it's already not convenient for me to show my face. I believe Kanua won't easily make an appearance either. He and I should have a tacit understanding. Before having absolute assurance, it should be wait and see. Yi Yuan, I'm already mentally and physically exhausted now. This position of Mystic Gates Master will be handed to you." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Senior, you're..." Toward Fong Tian's action of S.H.I. plus wrecking his responsibilities, Yi Yuan felt helpless. In Fong Tian's present state, it was indeed not suitable to show face anymore. Having him preside over this war, he was also indeed having the will, but lacking in strength. Fong Tian smiled and said, "This old man knows your intention. But this sort of situation presently, there must be a person who steps up and preside over the human races and fiend races' overall situation. Otherwise, the 2 races will plummet like water russ. H.I. plussing down and covering hundreds of miles. Probably before long, the entire divine realm would thoroughly be occupied by the enemy. If this mystic gate had a second person to take over, I wouldn't come and find you either." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Fine then. Then Yi Yuan will not decline the responsibility anymore. It's just that, I hope that Brother Tung doesn't take things too hard." He knew that Tung Yun followed Fong Tian for very long. But this position of Mystic Gates Master, Fong Tian Pa's, said it to him. It was proper and reasonable that he had to apologize to Tung Yun. Tung Yun smiled and said, This tongue is foolish and reached a conclusion after examining myself that I don't have this ability to take on this great responsibility. No one is worthy of this position of master, but you. Yi Yuan did not have much understanding toward Mystic Gate, this organization. Of course, it was not just Yi Yuan. The majority of the people in the Divine Realm had never heard of Mystic Gate, this organization. Yi Yuan only knew that people who possessed mystic rank tokens seemed to have very high statuses. But when Yi Yuan saw the 5 people in front of him, he was immediately stupefied. Spirit Bristle Divine King, Soul Martial Divine King, Heavenly Book Divine King, Void Distance Divine King, and Profound Wind Divine King. These 5 people were actually the Mystic Gate's 5 great mystic lords. Among the 10 great divine kings, there were actually half that were Feng Tian's men. This strength could virtually be said to occupy half of the Divine Realm's territory. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that these 5 great divine kings would actually become his subordinates one day. Apart from the 5 great divine kings, the Mystic Gate's forces were also much larger than Yi Yuan imagined. Just the peak void mystic powerhouses that Feng Tian groomed were as many as several dozen. As for initial stage void mystic and divine king realm experts, there were even too many to enumerate. Even though this number was still far worse compared to the fiend race, it already greatly surprised Yi Yuan. It seemed like Feng Tian really made a lot of preparation for the sake of today. It was just that so many powerhouses were what Feng Tian spent thousands of years of hard work to nurture. He gave him the Mystic Gate without even batting an eyelid. This bearing was truly admirable. You guys hid from me so bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, "Oh, it's also useless to tell you early. It's also not late for you to know now. But now, we have to call you Master too. This Zhong never would have thought that your speed of rising would actually be so swift." The Soul Martial Divine, King Zhong Zizhen, said with a laugh. These 5 people, Yi Yuan naturally knew them. The one with the best relations. H.I. plus P was the Spirit Bristle Divine King and Soul Martial Divine King. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The matter last time, still have to thank Brother Zhong." What Yi Yuan was referring to was the matter of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. "Just a matter of lifting my hands," Zhong Zizhen said coolly. After a while of small talk, Yi Yuan's expression turned solemn and said, "My elder brothers, the fiend race great calamity is upon us now. Since this Yi succeeded this position of master, I'll have to look to elder brothers more for support in the future. At present, the fiend race calamity erupted. The fiend race's onslaught is unstoppable. Our Mystic Gate's first battle must be fought beautifully." Chapter 12:13, Besieged on All Sides. Chapter 12:13, Besieged on All Sides, Sect Master. There are people from the Dawn Heavenly Palace coming after from the east. The one taking the lead seems to be their palace lord, Qin Tiannan. Sect Master. There are also people chasing over from the west. Seems like the Ziwei sect. Sect Master. Bad news came one after another. The ethereal sect's sect master, Lu Zizheng, had never been so despair before. 8 great super forces were actually just left with them in a blink of an eye. The ethereal sect was still fighting with the 7 Absolute City and the Dawn Heavenly Palace prior to this for the territory left behind from the Medicine King Hall's destruction. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, 4 great super holy lands all became the fiend race's territory? When the news came, Lu Zizheng felt a cold wind blow down his back. Because these 4 great super holy lands, holy lords, actually all became the fiend race's fiend slaves, became lackeys in the fiend race's hands. The 4 great holy lords actually brought their sect's powerhouses and charged over towards the ethereal sect from all directions. Fortunately, he reacted fast and immediately abandoned their foundation before escaping the 4 great super holy lands' encirclement. Whatever foundation, whatever trump card, was all not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength. But at this time, these 4 great super holy lands already caught up. Furthermore, it was all the holy lords personally going into battle. He could still handle one. But how could he be a match for 4 great holy lords? What kind of attitude does the Su family side have? Already reaching this point, could it be that they still want to live a reclusive life? Lu Zizheng growled angrily. His fury was almost burning to the heavens already. Surveying the divine realm, there was actually no way out for him already. After evacuating the sect, there were only 2 places that he could go to. One was the demon region, and the other was the 4 great families' place of seclusion. After careful consideration, Lu Zizheng still decided to retreat to the Su family's territory of the 4 great families. Those who were not of one's race were surely not of one heart and mind. The human race and demon race had never had much interaction. At this time, it was clearly still the human race that was a bit more reliable. But who knew that they had already sent quite a few groups of people to the Su family, but the Su family's attitude had always been ambiguous and did not give a definite answer. With this to and fro, their best timing for escaping was also delayed. In a moment, the 4 great Holy Land's great army was going to wrap them up into dumplings already. Lu Zizheng never dreamed that already reached such a critical juncture of life and death, the Su family actually stood idly by and did nothing to save. Could it be that they really thought that they were able to only care about themselves and disregard other people? Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Feng returned from the Su family. Suddenly, someone came forward to make a report. Lu Zizheng's face lit up, and he hurriedly said, Quickly let him come over. Hang on, I'll go over myself. How could Lu Zizheng still wait patiently? He dashed out with a lunge. Seeing Vice Sect Master Feng Tao, Lu Zizheng hurriedly asked, How is it? What did the Su family say? Feng Tao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said awkwardly, The Su family said, Asylum is okay, but the ethereal sect will have its name taken off the books from now on and merge into the Su family, becoming a subsidiary of the Su family. What? They are bullying people too far. Lu Zizheng stomped his feet in anger. The calm and collectedness of the past were long tossed beyond the 9th heaven by him. This was simply looting a burning house. According to the Su family's terms, the ethereal sect's Tao teachings would die out from this point. Moreover, this sect master, would probably be swallowed by the Su family sooner or later. This wishful thinking was really calculated too well. Not good, sect master. All of our paths of retreat are already cut off. Right now, we only have the Su family, this path that can be taken. Suddenly, a subordinate came up to give a report. Lu Zizheng's expression turned as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, he said, Go agree to the Su family's terms first. Go in and then talk. At this time, the 4 great super Holy Lands powerhouses already rushed over. Lu Zizheng had no choice and could only retreat while fighting. Miserable cries rang endlessly. Lu Zizheng's heart was dripping blood. He thought in his heart, after today's disaster pass, said he would definitely find the Su family to settle this score well. At this time, the Su family was already waiting in full battle array. After all, the 4 great super Holy Lands powerhouses were no joke. Not just the Su family, the other 3 families' powerhouses had also all gathered over here. Su Guangyin, this seat agrees to your terms. Quickly open up the clan-protecting grand array and let us in. Lu Zizheng said in a clear voice. The Su family's family head, Su Guangyin, was a void mystic powerhouse who had already touched upon divine Tao laws. He said in a clear voice, You swear a heavenly Tao oath first. If it's violated, your ethereal sect will die a horrible death from top to bottom. When Lu Zizheng heard these words, hot blood rushed to his head, and he almost fainted away. This bunch of guys really did not commit themselves until success was certain. They had totally taken a fancy on the ethereal sect's inheritance. How is this saving people? Su Guangyin, CK your uncle. You'll die a horrible death. Even if our ethereal sect is completely annihilated today, we won't condescend to you all for the sake of overall interests either. I want to see how your Su family is going to give an account to the divine realm's martial artists. Lu Zixing became extremely angry and actually spewed out a mouthful of blood. But Su Guanyin gave a cold laugh and said, "Then you don't need to worry about it. When your 8 great super holy lands tyrannically abuse your power, when have you ever thought of our great families? Now that you met with difficulties, you know how to seek refuge with us? Ho, how can it be such a good thing?" Lu Zixing clenched his teeth and yelled out, "Ethereal sex disciples, listen up. The Su family is inhumane and unjust, throwing a rock down the well, standing by when others are in peril. Today we'll fight to the death in front of their gates and use our deceased souls to curse them to die a horrible death." The ethereal sect's great army was forced into a dead end at this time. Each and every one of them became bound by a common hatred for the enemy instead. There was already no place for them to take shelter in this world anymore. It seemed like apart from fighting to the death, this one path, they already had no paths to take. Fight! 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 Even a trapped beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone humans. The ethereal sect's powerhouses all surged with a brutal aura and actually slaughtered back. Ha! Lu Zixing, I urge you to surrender without resistance and become Lord Fiendji. Oh, D's fiend slave, Lord Fiendji. Oh, D will give you countless benefits, said the Dawn Heavenly Palace's palace lord, Qin Tiannan, with a loud laugh. Lu Zixing, you can still repent now and be saved, said the Ziwei sect master. Lu Zixing's expression flickered incessantly, dumbstruck with amazement by this scene in front of him. These guys had actually fallen so far. He did not wish to become this kind of walking corpses whose minds and bodies were all enslaved. Becoming like this, he would rather die. Kill. Lu Zixing did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately charging forward. But the moment they exchanged blows, Lu Zixing discovered something amiss. His opponent was Qin Tiannan, but Qin Tiannan's strength was more than a magnitude stronger than before. His current strength was likely not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings too. Bang! Qin Tiannan lifted his hand and gave a palm, directly smacked Lu Zixing flying. Hi, saw that? If you surrender to Lord Fiendji. Oh, D now, I can still give you a chance. Qin Tiannan said with a big laugh. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth and said, "You dream on, making me become like you. I'd rather die." There was not the slightest trace of mercy in Qin Tiannan's eyes as he said indifferently, "Since that's the case, then you can go and die already." Finished talking, Qin Tiannan's palm slapped down. Lu Zixing shut his eyes, waiting for death painfully. But this palm kept taking a long time to land. When he opened his eyes to take a look, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Chapter 12:14. Walking into a Trap. Chapter 12:14. Walking into a Trap. Profound. Profound Wind Divine King. Void Distance Divine King. Lu Zixing never dreamed that these 2 great divine kings would actually descend at the final juncture and save their ethereal sect. Lu Zixing, you're not bad. Got a bit of gut, said the profound Wind Divine King, Wang Yifan. Lu Zixing was very forthright and said, "Letting me become like them. I'd rather die. All right, leave the few of them to me. The rest, you shouldn't have a problem, right?" The Void Distance Divine King, Yixing, opened his mouth and said. Lu Zixing's face turned vicious, and he said, "Of course there's no problem." Turning around, Lu Zixing charged into the crowd. "Heh, profound Wind Divine King, Void Distance Divine King. If it were before, we'd really not dare to provoke you guys. But now, what do you guys count for?" Qin Tiannan walked wantonly. "What we count for, you'll know very soon." The Void Distance Divine King's indifferent voice sounded out. His figure suddenly vanished. Plussing. The Void Distance Divine King's comprehension of spatial laws was exceedingly profound. Within a certain radius, he could virtually shuttle through S, P, A, C as he pleased. Hence, he was known as Void Distance. From a certain degree, he was very similar to Yuan's greater teleportation art. But Just talking about movement technique, he was more powerful than Yi Yuan. When the four great Tan saw this scene, their pupils involuntarily constricted, and they instinctively became vigilant. There's still me. Don't just care about guarding against him. The profound wind divine, King smiled faintly, a storm rising out of nowhere. One after another, blade-like gale winds charged towards the four people. The four people were powerful too, each displaying their divine abilities, and actually became entangled in a struggle with the two great divine kings. Even though there were two great divine kings who joined in, the ethereal sect was still hopelessly outnumbered in the end. They had the will to kill the enemy, but their numbers were seriously at a disadvantage. For some time, the casualties were grievous. Right at this time, several hundred figures approached from far away, their speed exceedingly swift, joining the group battle very quickly. These several hundred people, the weakest was also peak divine king. After they joined the group battle, Civ change immediately happened to the battle situation. The joining of so many void mystic realm powerhouses, that was an overwhelming force. Unless there were 10 great divine king realm powerhouses coming to suppress, otherwise, it was totally irresolvable. Even though these several hundred people were few, they were like tigers entering a flock of lambs, and started sacring wantonly. When the four great families saw this scene, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Who are all these people? When did so many void mystic realm powerhouses actually appear in the divine realm? Su Guangyin's face changed as he said, "You guys look. These people's arms are all tied with a piece of silk ribbon. On it was written the word mystic. It looks like they are from the same sect," said the Fong family's family head. "My God, we actually didn't know that the divine realm still had such a terrifying force. They all added up are enough to sweep across any faction." The Chung family's family head shuddered with fear when he saw these void mystic powerhouses. One had to know that a super holy land's void mystic powerhouses were merely 3 to 5. Those with a little more were also merely 9 or 10. The four great families had deep foundations. Each family also had merely 11 or 12 void mystic powerhouses. But this mysterious faction before their eyes actually possessed hundreds of void mystic powerhouses. This was too much. Brother Su, I feel that we can't watch from a hilltop while the two tigers fight anymore. In my view, these void mystic powerhouses are actually all just being commanded like foot soldiers. There are definitely even stronger powerhouses behind them. If we still look on with folded arms, it's hard to guarantee that this mysterious faction won't find trouble with our four great families. The Hu family's family head said with furrowed brows. Su Guanyin nodded his head and said in a loud voice, "Open the formation. Meet the enemy." The four great families were taken aback by the Mystic Gate's powerhouse's power and no longer dared to hole up in their turtle immediately charging out. With them joining in, this great battle showed an even more one-sided trend. After all, the four great families' strength foundation was even stronger than a super holy land. It was just that they normally revealed nothing. When Lu Zixing saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly and said, "Despicable villains who see which way the wind blows. The four great families are simply the disgrace of the human race." He did not conceal this voice. Everybody heard it. Su Guangyin's expression changed, but he endured it and did not flare up. At this time, the profound wind divine king and void distance divine king already thoroughly suppressed the 4T Itans. The other martial artist battles also became without the slightest meaning because of the addition of the Mystic Gate's powerhouses and the four great families. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred again. In the horizon, rolling demonic clouds suddenly rushed over here. It was actually the fiend race's great army Russ. Plussing over. That surging fiendish energy made people's expression changed when they saw it. A powerful figure tore through the air and arrived, looked at the two great divine kings who were currently in the heat of battle, opened his mouth, and said, "Kill them all for this seat." This figure was none other than precisely Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan. At this time, Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan already completely recovered his strength. Fiendish energy surging, looking very terrifying. What he brought were also all fiend race powerhouses, each and every one having extraordinary strength. They were actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to those Mystic Gate powerhouses. The physical bodies of fiend race powerhouses were extremely formidable. Moreover, fiendish energy's corrosion toward martial artists was very formidable. Same realm martial artists were completely unable to deal with the fiend race powerhouses. With no choice, those Mystic Gate powerhouses all got into groups of 2 or 3, and they dealt with a fiend together. Seeing this scene, Lu Zizheng, as well as Su Guangyin, these powerhouses' expressions all changed greatly. It turned out that this was the fiend race's true strength. Such a great, powerful army. How should one resist? The originally one-sided situation actually reversed once more because of the addition of this batch of fiend race army. However, what made everyone feel even stifled in their hearts was still the Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan, who was standing in the sky with glinting eyes. His aura was too powerful until it made everyone despair. Ha ha ha, foolish humans, to actually dare oppose my supreme fiend race. This seat will send you all on your way, right here. Jialan suddenly burst out laughing. A terrifying attack was already in the midst of ACCU. Mulating power had not taken action yet, and all of the human powerhouses felt their hearts turn cold. Such a level of existence was totally not what they were capable of withstanding. Boom! Jialan's attack was unleashed brazenly, without the slightest hesitation. Once this large area of effect killing skill landed, who knew how many experts would be injured or killed? As for those fiend slaves' deaths, Jialan did not care at all. Aha, I'll go to H.E.L. Jialan said with a hideous grin. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly surged to the sky, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Yuan finally rushed over, resolving this certain kill blow. Powerhouses the likes of Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan were not what ordinary people were capable of dealing with. Even if his realm was being suppressed at peak tier 9, his divine Dao martial techniques were also much stronger compared to ordinary martial artists. Jialan, your opponent is me. Yi Yuan looked at Jialan and said coldly. But Yi Yuan's sudden appearance did not move Jialan in the slightest. He looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, Haha, boy, you grew up really quickly. I still remember when I just saw you. You were merely a Heaven Enlightenment realm rookie. Now, your strength can actually contend head-on with this seat already. However, about your walking into a trap, this seat still welcomes it very much. Ha ha! Jialan laughed quite wildly, not putting Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Right at this moment, 2 more figures appeared out of the blue. The auras on them were actually not the least bit beneath Jialan's. Chapter 12:15, Mystic Gate's Fangs. Chapter 12:15, Mystic Gate's Fangs. Ha! Yi Yuan, did you think that us getting into a fight, the goal was really these people, this sort of trash? Our objective from the very beginning was you. Fiendji. Oh! Di Jialan chortled with laughter. Regarding Yi Yuan falling into a heavy encirclement, he was incomparably delighted in his heart. He had suffered several major losses consecutively at Yi Yuan's hands and had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Wisconsin H.I. Plussing that he could flay and swallow him alive. This time, the opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, Turns out that the dogs under Kanoa are far from just you alone. The smile on Jialan's face abruptly disappeared, and he said furiously, That mouth of yours, this seat will definitely tear it into pieces. There are a total of 6 great Fiendji. Oh, DS under the 2 lords. This time, all of them moved out for the sake of you. Brat, there's no escape from your doom this time. Far away, another 3 figures appeared. Those 3 Fiendji. Oh, DS just watched from far away like this, and did not seem to have the intention of coming forward to help. Yi Yuan's eyes raised slightly, and he said, "Looks like Yu Ji, that old witch, joined hands with Ka." This discovery made Yi Yuan rather surprised. He already guessed previously that the reason why Yu Ji would recover her strength alone at the Moonhowl sect was likely because she was at odds with Kanoa. He did not expect that they actually joined forces now. It was just that Yu Ji being seriously injured by him, it was likely not that easy to recover in a short while. Rather, these 6 great fiendji, DS actually all fell under Kanoa's command. In order to deal with him, Kanoa actually sent all 6 great fiendji, DS out. It was truly a big move. Brat, come to a realization. Today, even the Jade Emperor can't save you. Jialan said with a hideous grin. Jialan, talking nonsense with him for what? Just kill him straight away. Seriously, dealing with a brat who isn't even at peak Divine King actually needed all 6 of us to move out. Another fiendji, D said impatiently. Jadi, you shut your mouth for this seat. Don't you forget, this battle, you all have to listen to this seat's dispatchment. This brat's strength isn't as simple as on the surface. If you underestimate him, you'll suffer a huge loss. Jialan said. The matter of Yu Ji almost being killed did not transmit internally within the fiend race. The heavenly fiendji, DS were invincible existences in the eyes of the fiends. This kind of disgraceful thing, it was naturally impossible to announce it externally. Therefore, Jadi and these fiendji, DS were unaware of Yu Ji's matters. They had also exited seclusion not long and did not know of Yi Yuan's terror. In their view, how could an initial stage divine king human be worthy of taking so seriously? Jialan, you were suppressed for too long and really became timid as a mouse. This brat, this seat can smack to death with one slap. That punk actually mobilized everyone and summoned all of us here. Jadi said disdainfully. Jadi's ATTI. Tude also thoroughly enraged Jialan. He gave a cold laugh and said, "All right then, all of us don't take action. I want to see how you'll slap him to death with one slap. Ahead, just you watch." Jadi was very disdainful and struck an indifferent claw out. Cold, piercing, fiendish energy became an enormous black claw, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The seemingly careless claw was downright powerful. Yi Yuan felt like the entire SPAC seemed to be locked, unable to move a muscle at all. When Jialan saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Actually, it was not just Jiadi. The other people were similarly very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. It was just that they did not express it, not letting them experience Yi Yuan's strength. They did not know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan's current strength, he more or less knew a little. It absolutely could not be underestimated. Except to the current Yi Yuan, this bit of means was considered nothing at all. His body shook slightly and shook off this restraint. At the same time, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm emerged with a mad roar. This palm astounded the whole world. What a terrific heaven surmounting divine king. This palm is too terrifying. No wonder he can rank as the 4th divine king. This strength is simply staggering. Haha, with the heaven surmounting divine king, we're saved. The ethereal sect's powerhouses immediately had a great boost in confidence when they saw this unbelievably powerful palm. And right as Yi Yuan made his move, the faces of the 6 great fiendji, DS, including Jialan, changed at the same time. Jiadi's expression changed even more dramatically, but it was already too late to want to change moves. Dragon roars lingered incessantly on the ears. It was only to hear a massive boom. Jiadi's body was directly struck, flying out far away. But Yi Yuan did not move in the slightest. These fiendji, DS had their realm suppressed by heavenly Tao. Even though they comprehended divine Tao laws, their strengths were actually not powerful to the extent where they were undefeatable. Their strength was at the very most more or less on par with the 10 great divine kings top 5. As for whose strength was a magnitude greater, it would have to depend on their respective means. Jiadi harbored a contemptuous heart. This claw did not use full strength in the end. How could he be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. This palm landing, it directly dissipated quite a bit of Jia Di's fiendish energy, making his aura very faint all of a sudden. With this, how could those few fiend Ji, DS still dare to belittle Yi Yuan? Each and every one of them had solemn expressions akin to facing a great enemy. Weren't you slapping people to death? Why were you almost smacked to death by him? Grow some brain cells before talking big. If the Son of Heaven's mandate was so easy to deal with, how could we have been suppressed for as long as 1,000,000 years? Idiot! Jialan found a chance and scolded Jia Di by enumerating his wrongdoings fervently. Jia Di's expression flickered incessantly, wanting to refute, but could not find an excuse. He bragged to the heavens earlier, but did not expect that the strength of this young man, who was only initial stage Divine King realm, was actually so powerful. Jia Di could only give a cold snort and stop speaking. All right, the three of us attack together. The three of you cheer us on by the side. Jialan instructed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, cheering on? Who told you guys that I came by myself? Kanua is also looking down on the human race too much. Is this really bullying that my race has in? Body? While talking and laughing, three figures tore through the air and arrived. It was precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King, the Soul Martial Divine King, as well as Long Min. These three great powerhouses were all Divine King powerhouses who comprehended Divine Tao laws. Their strength absolutely did not lose to these Fiend Ji. DS. Placed in the Divine Tao era, these three people were bound to be deity realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Jialan's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such powerful companions. The existence of the Mystic Gate was extremely secretive even in the entire Divine Realm. Apart from these Divine King themselves, Body knew it all. Today, the Mystic Gate finally revealed its fangs to the Fiend race. You all are wary of this young master's voice of the Dragon G. D. So that's why you don't dare to let them attack together, right? It's just that, dealing with the three of you, why would I need the voice of the Dragon G? D. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The evil extermination divine sword attacked fiercely. Russ. Plussing towards Jialan Trio. Spirit Bristle Trio also did not say anything, immediately fighting together with the other three great Fiend Ji. DS. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3, two great Divine Tao laws intertwining, shuttled back and forth between the three great Fiend Ji. DS, and actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. The more Jialan fought, the more alarmed he got. He originally thought that he had cornered Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually formidable to such a degree. Chapter 12:16. Nothing more than this. Chapter 12:16. Nothing more than this evil extermination sword and cleansing sandal sacred flame were both the nemesis of the fiend race. Three great Fiend Ji. DS surrounding and attacking Yi Yuan were like dealing with a porcupine. There was nowhere to get started. Fighting 3-on-1, no doubt, it was hard for Yi Yuan to hurt them, but they could not do the slightest thing to Yi Yuan as well. The other side, in contrast, Spirit Bristle, the three of them, were actually somewhat laboring to deal with the Fiend Ji. DS. The six great Fiend Ji. DS were former deity realm powerhouses in the end. Even though their cultivation realms were suppressed, it was still a notch above Spirit Bristle they all. Except, Yi Yuan's restraining was too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the evil extermination divine sword or cleansing sandal sacred flame, those were both deadly existences. Once they really got hit, even if they were Fiend Ji, DS, they would also have to lose a layer of skin, even if they did not die. The Fiend race was exceedingly difficult to kill, but it was not that they were unkillable. Especially encountering someone like Yi Yuan, it was truly incomparably tricky. The heaven surmounting Divine King is so powerful to actually be able to battle three great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS alone. No wonder he could get this tea. Itli. His strength is probably not beneath the heaven-stabilizing divine king already, right? Yeah. You look at the spirit bristle divine king they all, being suppressed firmly by the other three great fiend G. Oh, DS. At this rate, they will be defeated sooner or later. Back then, the outside world still had many suspicions about the heaven-surmounting divine king. But I did not expect that the one who came forward at the final juncture to save us was actually him. Time will reveal a man's heart. The holy city is hailed as the divine realm's hegemon. But I didn't expect that when the fiend calamity erupted, they actually did not have any activities at all. Truly disappointing to the max. Rather, the heaven-surmounting divine king and spirit bristle divine king, they all came forward without hesitation. Oh, right, I'd forgotten if you did mention it. The fiend calamity erupted. The 8 great super holy lands were virtually completely annihilated. Only the holy city didn't have movement so far. Could it be the feelings of the SES manifested very quickly in front of this kind of race extermination crisis? Yi Yuan used his actions and won everyone's respect. Furthermore, the holy city's strange behavior also aroused a lot of suspicions. The fiend calamity erupted but did not attack the holy city. Why was that? It was like some kind of tacit agreement was reached between the holy city and fiend race, each staying clear out of the other's lane. Don't dawdle with him anymore. Use the Starburst Grand Art and directly blot him out. Jalan suddenly spoke up. Okay, Jia and the other fiend DS were also alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength and agreed without the slightest hesitation. The fiendish energy on the 3 people's bodies heaved in and out. Limitless fiendish energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The 3 of them fired out spells in midair endlessly, forming an enormous, several human-sized black ball in midair. And Yi Yuan was directly engulfed by that black ball. This boundless fiendish energy was displayed by 3 great fiend DS joining hands. The power could be imagined. Following the fiendish energy injected by the 3 people becoming more and more, the energy undulations that surfaced inside this black ball became increasingly alarming. When the ethereal sex disciples saw this scene, all of them were jittery with fear and could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. One could imagine how much danger Yi Yuan, who is currently sealed inside the black ball, was in. Not good. This surge of energy undulation is too horrifying. The heaven-surmounting divine king is in danger. When Lu Zixing saw this scene, his face could not help turning white as a sheet. At this time, they already completely could not sense Yi Yuan's aura and totally did not know what situation Yi Yuan inside the black ball was in. But he was completely powerless to do anything. With his strength, he would be one-shot by the fiend DS before even going close. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, if you can withstand this blow, this seat will kneel down and lick your shoes. Go to HELL. Explode for me. Jalan said ferociously. Under his word of command, the 3 great fiend DS cast spells at the same time. Poo, poo, poo. A series of exploding sounds came from inside the black ball. This sound was unusually dull, making people feel extremely uncomfortable when it transmitted out. It was as if their chest was struck by a sledgehammer. That black ball, under the impact of the energy internally, actually kept bulging nonstop, then returning to its original shape. It could be seen how great the energy undulations inside the black ball were. It's over now. These fiend DS are too powerful. Their methods are simply inconceivable. Could the heaven-surmounting divine king have these fiends that call themselves fiend DS are likely deity realm powerhouses in the past. It's still hard for the heaven-surmounting divine king to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Our greatest reliance is the heaven-surmounting divine king. If anything happens to him, we'll all have to die here today. Sensing the terrifying undulation coming out of the black ball, the human martial artists were all ashen pale, revealing looks of despair once more. Such horrifying energy detonating inside such a small S.P.A.C., even the fiend G.O.D.S. themselves would probably be blasted to flying ash too, right? Ha, die. What son of heaven's mandate? Don't you still have to die in the seat's hands? Explode, explode, explode. Blast him to death for this seat. Jadi's face was also incomparably excited. He was face-slapped by Yi Yuan just now, and likewise hated Yi Yuan immensely. Now, even though it was borrowing two other people's strength, he killed Yi Yuan in the end. This made him feel incomparably liberated. The explosions inside the black ball lasted for a full 100 breaths of time. No matter what kind of powerhouse was inside, such a powerful starburst, it could also turn them to dust. Of course, this was still primarily because the three people's fiendish energy was already unable to continue. In order to exterminate Yi Yuan, they virtually spared no effort. To be able to exhaust three great fiend G.O.D.S. fiendish energy completely, it could be seen how terrifying the explosions inside the black ball were. The three great fiend G.O.D.S. stopped casting the spell. Each and every one of them was pale, turning white as a sheet, gasping heavily for air. They actually felt a sense of enervation. Gradually, the black ball finally dissipated. The scenery inside was also displayed before everyone's eyes. The human powerhouses did not even dare to look over at this side. They did not wish to have a blow dealt by the result of despair. Quickly look. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. The scene before their eyes astounded everyone. There were even quite a few fiend race and human martial artists who stopped fighting, looking over in that direction in disbelief, each and everyone transfixed like wooden chickens. The three great fiend G.O.D.S. nearly popped out. Jialon felt that this world was too preposterous. Jiadi felt like something must be wrong with his eyes. Yi Yuan actually did not even lose a hair. He stood there perfectly well and never even moved before. What kind of joke is this? The Starburst Grand Art is a divine Tao martial technique. Back then, Lord Fiend G.O.D. killed G.O.D. knows how many human deity realm powerhouses with this move. This Yi Yuan is actually completely fine. A fiend race powerhouse was motionless as a wooden chicken, staring at this scene in disbelief. His opponent, a human powerhouse, saw him in a daze and quietly ACCU, Mulat power, and abruptly slashed a blade over. Blade landing, the person dead. A cloud of black gas flew out of the fleshy body and cried out weirdly, "You're despicable." The human powerhouse laughed and said, who asked you to be in a daze? What, Lord Fiend G.O.D.? I think it's better to change it to Lord Fiend Chicken. The few of them aren't even fit to carry shoes for our heaven-surmounting divine king. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you possibly be completely fine? Jialan's expression turned deathly pale as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan shot him a mocking glance and said coolly, "Is this the strength of you fiend G.O.D.S.? Seems like it's nothing more than this." Chapter 12:17. Mystic Gate coming into being. Chapter 12:17. Mystic Gate coming into being. Yi Yuan being safe and sound made the human martial artist feel greatly encouraged. This was simply something that one did not dare to imagine. Such a horrifying attack, and Yi Yuan's body actually did not even have a scratch. How in the world did you do it? The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art. Even if your fleshly body reached peak tier 9, it can also blast you into minced meat. You're actually completely fine, Jialan said in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course not. In order to withstand your lousy attack, I did indeed expend quite a bit of essence, energy, and physical strength. Now, I'm incredibly weak." Everyone focused their eyes and looked. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan's essence energy was somewhat chaotic. It was just that the impact of the scene of him being perfectly unscathed was too great. Hence, it made everyone overlook this fact. But so what? forcefully withstanding such an attack from three great fiendji. Oh, DS by himself, and actually did not even lose a strand of hair. Such means was simply unthinkable. The expression on Jia Lan's face was fascinating to the extreme. Yi Yuan's words were seriously damaging. Impossible. The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art together, absolutely no one under deity realm can block it. Jadi felt that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like you all seem to be very interested. Let you all take a look then." Done talking, a layer of earth-yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. Jialan's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, "Black tortoise treasure body divine art." Without waiting for him to have his fill of shock yet, sword intent suddenly surged on Yi Yuan's body. Domain of sword. It was just that this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword was different from the past. His domain of sword was a full 100 feet wide. His sword intent broke through. However, Jialan's astonishment had yet to ease up when Yi Yuan's domain of sword suddenly withdrew, condensing to just an area of 10 feet. Jialan's eye, this almost popped out as he exclaimed in shock. Condensing sword intent. Is this boy really a Dao profound martial artist? Jialan felt that his worldview was almost crumbling. How could a Dao profound realm martial artist possibly comprehend divine Dao laws so casually? Condensing sword intent was not some incredible divine Dao law. It was just a flexibility exercise for sword domains. But even so, it was also not what a Dao profound realm martial artist could casually comprehend. Grasping this divine ability, it signified that Yi Yuan's control over sword intent reached a new level. Concentrating a 100-foot area sword intent to a circumference of 10 feet could make this region of sword intent become even more solid. Regardless of whether it was defensive power or offensive power, it would all increase greatly. Yi Yuan's black tortoise treasure body divine art had already cultivated to the 9th level too. Even though it did not reach as freakish as divine Dao laws, the defensive power was also extremely shocking. With Yi Yuan's current defensive power, even if Yi Yuan stood there, peak void mystic powerhouses could not breach his defenses either. These two superimposing together, the defensive power could simply be rated as perverse. Hence, even though the three great fiend DS used their utmost strength, they were still unable to break through Yi Yuan's defenses. Of course, although this kind of defense was powerful, Yi Yuan's consumption was very large too. Yi Yuan's current state was very poor as well. Consumptions of essence, energy, and physical strength were very huge, especially essence energy. The majority of the impact was withstood by his domain of sword. When the power really transmitted to Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it was only a very small portion. But his current imposing momentum thoroughly overshadowed the three great fiendji. "Oh, DS!" Jialan's expression changed, and he yelled, "Withdraw!" Finished talking, Jialan was the first to turn into an arc of flowing light, flying over towards the horizon. How could the other few great fiendji, DS, dare to stay? They similarly abandoned their opponents and fled at a splitting pace. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help sneering coldly and said, "Since you came, how can you not leave behind a bit of a memento?" The six great fiendji, DS, fled swiftly, but one of them was evidently much slower in speed. It was Jiadi. He was struck by Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm previously and suffered some injuries in the first place. Coupled with casting the Starburst Grand Art, exhausting his fiendish energy completely, his present state was the worst among the six great fiendji. DS. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and his figure immediately vanished from where he was. Art of greater teleportation. The next instant, Yi Yuan already appeared in the place 1,000 feet away from Jiadi. Roar! Voice of the dragon Ji. Jiadi's figure was akin to being struck by lightning, forcefully being affixed in the air. Bang! Jiadi's physical body was shocked into meat paste in virtually a blink of an eye. That extremely hard to tangle with physical body did not have the slightest chance to escape under the voice of the dragon G. O D. R. A miserable cry came over. Jia D only persevered for a breath of time, and was shocked until his soul dissipated. This Jia D's fiendish energy was exhausted completely to begin with, and was incomparably frail. How could he withstand the impact of the voice of the dragon G? O D. One roar, and the fiend G. O D was dead. Even though that consumption previously was rather huge, just one breath at a time, he could still barely manage to support it. The current Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a battle G. O D descending upon the world, scaring the other 5 great fiend G. O DS until they were overwhelmed by terror. How could they still dare to remain? Each and every one urged fiendish energy to the limits and fled without even turning their heads back. Once the fiend G. O DS left, those fiends and fiend slaves became even more overwhelmed. The human powerhouses' morale soared, and they directly pounced over. The fiend race fought while beating a retreat, returning in great defeat. Ha, we won! Long live the heaven-surmounting divine king. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. This battle was a complete victory. By slaying a fiend D. O D, Yi Yuan was already viewed by them as a G. O D-like existence. The human martial artists were all incomparably excited. Looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky, their faces were full of wars. I+P. For being besieged on all sides to gaining a complete victory, the ethereal sex battle was fought to one's heart's content. This kind of refres, plussing feeling practically made every pore of theirs open up and relax. But the faces of Su Guangyin and the 4 great families' powerhouses were not too good. The heaven-surmounting divine king was clearly targeting the fiend race, but they actually refused to help the ethereal sect previously. If the heaven-surmounting divine king squared the accounts after the harvest, they would find themselves in serious trouble. After a bout of celebration, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "The fiend race's might, I believe that you all have already felt it profoundly." Everyone all secretly nodded their heads. After the excitement, each and every one of them also had lingering fear in their hearts when they recalled the fiend race's might. Although this battle was won, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Putting aside the fiend race martial artists, just those fiend slaves, their strengths were already much stronger compared to them before. While the fiend race martial artist strengths were even more terrifyingly powerful. In the same realm, fighting 1-on-2 was no problem at all. Furthermore, they also discovered that the fiend race was very difficult to be killed. Such an opponent seriously made people despair. Today, if not for the heaven-surmounting divine king battling the 3 great fiend G. O DS, forget about the ethereal sect, even the 4 great families would probably be utterly exterminated too. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and spoke up again. He said, "The human race has already reached the point of life and death. Sectarian bias will only hasten our destruction. Starting from today, my mystic gate will come into being and resist the fiend race. My mystic gate welcomes any human martial artist in the divine realm to join. When the fiend race is quelled and wiped out, the mystic gate will immediately disband." Chapter 12:18. Heading for Jode's Fall Mountain Range. Chapter 12:18. Heading for Its Fall Mountain Range. Mountains and rivers shattered, sects collapsed. How many living creatures turned to ashes? When all the human martial artists were at feeling the most hesitant and lost, the appearance of the Mystic Gate was like raising up a flag banner, letting people find the way. The fiend race wreaked havoc. The human territories virtually had no place for them to shelter themselves already. The fiend race was too powerful. Putting aside their formidable strength, they could even turn human martial artists into fiend slaves. The more they fought, the more there were, just like a plague. Did you guys hear? The heaven-surmounting divine king formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which specializes in dealing with the fiend race. I'm going to seek refuge with the Mystic Gate right now. The holy city, that bunch of guys, is simply Traz. Plus, they normally make use of the alchemist A.S. Association and ACCU. Mutilate wealth greedily without restraint. Now that the human race is in danger, they don't even let out a fart. What a disappointment. The heaven-surmounting divine king is the hero in troubled times. I heard that the ethereal sect battle, he resisted 3 great fiend G.O.D.S. by himself. Not only was he completely unscathed, he even slew a fiend G.O.D. Truly too powerful. Fiend G.O.D.S. are former deity realm powerhouses. I heard that they were totally unkillable. Even the divine Tao era's major powers could only suppress them. But the heaven-surmounting divine king actually cut down a fiend G.O.D. His strength is simply unimaginable. With the ethereal sect battle, Yi Yuan's reputation spread among the human race powerhouses very quickly. Following the fiend calamity's eruption, they already gradually realized that this was a race extermination crisis. The fiend race's aggressiveness was too strong, virtually unable to eradicate them totally. After all, people who were able to be like Yi Yuan, directly killing the fiend race, were not many. For some time, countless human powerhouses flocked towards the demon region one after another. At this time, inside the Dragon Clan, many powerhouses were gathered together. Your Excellency, the Four Symbols family clans already each hewed out some areas to use to help settle down the human race martial artists. However, some martial artists are not that compliant with the rules. Incidents of creating a disturbance happen time and again. The one currently reporting to Yi Yuan about the settlement situation of the human martial artists was precisely the Chao Yunji, who had a hand cut off by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not think that this Chao Yunji was a skilled manager. He arranged an elder position for Chao Yunji. His status in the Mystic Gate was second only to the various major mystic lords. This arrangement made Chao Yunji extremely excited. Chao Yunji, this person, had a great desire for fame and wealth. Yi Yuan gave him a lot of authority as well. This made him extremely satisfied, settling down all sorts of bad characters every day for all that he was worth. Of course, settling down was just the first step. More importantly was still management. The Divine Realm's martial artists numbered more than billions. Even though the ones that flooded in were just a very small portion of it, the number was also extremely massive. Among them, the majority of the people were all itinerant cultivators and were even stubborn and unruly. How to make these people wait obediently was a major academic question in itself. Chao Yunji racked his brains every day, running back and forth between these settlement locations, but also enjoyed it without feeling tired. Hearing Chao Yunji's report, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Use severe punishment in troubled times. Don't need to be courteous with them. Those who cause trouble must be severely punished. One person causes trouble, punish one person. One family clan caused trouble, expel the family clan out of the demon region. About this, you don't need me to teach you, right? Rather, how's the completion of the army's recruitment going?" Chao Yunji revealed a troubled look and said, "Replying, Your Excellency, right now, according to Your Excellency's method of drawing 1 in every 10, we've already recruited the first batch of our army. Right now, these people are already thrown into training. Before long, they will be able to go into battle and kill the enemy." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Pretty well done. With the war starting, there's also not much time to train anymore. My requirement for them isn't high either. As long as they can defend the demon region, it's enough. This human fiend war ultimately still has to fall on the 2 great heavenly fiend G.O.D.S. If they don't die, the war will never be able to end. The martial artist world wars were forever that pinnacle great battle. The rest were merely fish in a moat caught in a crossfire. Only the victor between Kanhua and Yi Yuan could win the final victory of this war. Haha, big brother, you fought 3 great fiend G.O.D.S. alone. This battle was truly uplifting. At present, The White Tiger Clan has already merged into one with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and became one family. Our demon region has already banded together into one rope. As long as you, Big Brother, have any instructions, my White Tiger Clan will forge ahead unflinchingly, even if we have to go through fire and water. These few days that Yi Yuan was not around, White Light already grew to become a true powerhouse. He practically used his strength alone and united the White Tiger Clan. The present White Light's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings. His strength was very terrifying. Yi Yuan, if the Heaven's Secret Tower redo the rankings now, you'd probably already be the well-deserved #1 divine king. Even Zhuge Qingxian likely can't match up to you as well, Tung Yin said with a laugh. Witnessing Yi Yuan's freakish defensive power on that day, Tung Yin was already utterly convinced. That kind of attack, he touched his heart and was certain that he absolutely could not withstand it either. And if letting him unleash an attack, although his 9-sun burning heaven was powerful, it did not reach the 3 great fiend G. Oh, DS level either. If one could not breach Yi Yuan's defenses, everything was in vain. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Zhuge Qingxian is merely a clown jumping around. This young master has never placed him in my sights. What I'm truly worried about is still Kanoa and Yuji. Brother Tung, with that battle that day, the fiend race should restrain themselves a little now. Tomorrow, I plan on setting off for the Geo Falls mountain range. The matters of the Mystic Gate will be entrusted to you. Are you really going? Tung Yin could not help choking up when he heard that. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually setting off so soon. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Kano, fling the war drums and lowering the banners. He must be preparing for his final breakthrough. Once he fully recovers to strength, rivaling Origin Deity Realm, none of us will be his match. The present divine realm doesn't have a staggering major power like senior absolute heaven anymore. Hence, ordinary methods cannot possibly salvage the human race's losing trend at all. Cultivating by following standard routine is just sitting and waiting for death. Tung Yin also heaved a sigh when he heard and said, the Fall mountain range is too perilous. That Kunwa divine wood is even harder to deal with. This trip of yours, you need to take good care of yourself. You're the human race's only hope. Even if it's for the human race, nothing must happen to you too. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Isn't it said that I'm the son of heaven's mandate? How can I die so easily? Brother Tung rest assured. Maybe when I return, I'll become the divine realm's first deity realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan was laughing, but the rest could not laugh. It was indeed very difficult for them to face the fiend race's attack. But the danger that Yi Yuan was facing was 100 times greater than theirs. The divine realm's powerhouses, even if it was heaven stabilizing and spirit bristle, this kind of powerhouses did not dare to venture too deep into the Geo Fall mountain range either. But Yi Yuan had to enter into the depths of the Geo Fall mountain range in order to search for the Kunwa divine wood this time. It was said that that place, even if deity realm powerhouses entered, it was almost certain death too. This departure, good or ill luck, was hard to predict. Furthermore, even if he really found the Kunwa divine wood, could he really break through to the deity realm? With heavenly Tao being missing presently, who dare to utter such big talk? I'll accompany you and go together, big brother. White Light said without any hesitation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Haha, you're my good brother.